I'm coordinating Foodcityboost, which is this project about urban agriculture. So, well, as you all know, I think urban agriculture is not only a unique urban type of initiative. There's actually a lot of different type of systems that exist in cities. You can see urban farms that are very productive, do-it-yourself, where people manage their own plot, social farms where you have the opportunity to pet animals, community park, very intensive systems inside building where you see vertical farms under LED lights, community gardens, and so on. And all these different systems, they have basically different type of impacts on society in terms of environment, social, and economic. So, well, we want to know what actually are the different impacts of those systems and try to quantify them in the frame of the project, because there's still some blind spot here and there about those systems. And at the same time, why is it important to do that? Because urban agriculture initiative, those different type of systems, well, they are very seldom, rare in cities, actually. They are still at a niche level. And basically, it's because, well, there's an ensemble of factors in our socio-ecological system, the science behind this, the lack of knowledge that we may have on this, policy factors, technology factors, market factors that kind of lock the urban agriculture development. And these socio-ecological systems, that's basically linked to the urban development. But we know that cities are changing, and this regime actually can change and be shifted to allow an increase in urban agriculture initiative through a new configuration of those factors that best benefit urban development. So over time, if we really adopt a socio-ecological system perspective, we can contribute to the mainstreaming of urban agriculture. For instance, having urban agriculture being developed in every neighborhood all around the different cities of Europe for a better contribution to a sustainable urban development. So we're looking at those conditions in the project, how we can shift this system. And basically, that's the objective of the project. As Christopher mentioned, we want to bring in knowledge about the impact and risk of different types of urban farming systems. So a community garden, a do-it-yourself garden, a urban productive farm. So that's what we want to do. We also want to help policymakers to shift this socio-ecological system, change policies, the law in order to basically foster the development of good forms of urban agriculture that contribute to sustainable urban development. And finally, the project contributes to developing tools to help local stakeholders envision how urban agriculture can help the development of their city, design new forms of urban agriculture, new scenarios of urban agriculture development, and assess these different new systems, basically. So how do we operate in Foodcityboost? So actually, we have different locations where we are actually working. We have Valladolid, we have Flanders and Brussels, Almere city in the Netherlands, we have Wrocław in Poland, Riga in Latvia, and Sofia in Bulgaria. And in each of these locations, we have a partnership. We have basically building on an existing relationship between a research institute and one local partner that have had historical success under the Living Lab principles, where we try to co-design activities, co-assess the results of those activities together to really gain knowledge all together. So I want to just give an example of what we do, for instance, in Valladolid. In Valladolid, there's an existing relationship between a foundation, Entre Tontos, and CSIC, which is a research institute in Madrid. And basically, together, they have worked in order to craft the food plan of Valladolid in the past. And at the moment, they are also involved in Foodcityboost to implement some of the activities of the project in order to best plan how urban agriculture could further contribute to this food plan. And basically, we have an institution's Purple, which is coordinating all the work which is happening in those different Living Lab locations, where we have the local partner. NGO can be also a local regulator and also a research institute. All right, so our framework, we try to make a diagnosis of the current state of urban agriculture and the urban context. We try basically to use those data to redesign the system, see how urban agriculture could best contribute to the sustainable development of the city. We make an assessment of what is being produced, and this serves as a kind of feedback loop in order to improve the design. So we have our different activities, a socioeconomic description of the system, an environmental and policy also description of urban agriculture and the cities. We look through the design at future context, how cities could eventually evolve, and how basically we can come up with new prototypes of urban agriculture that fit those future contexts and demands of the local stakeholders. And then we have an assessment where we're basically using a broad range of indicators in order to value the impact of urban agriculture, not only the positive impact, but also the potential trade-off that could emerge from this. And we try to not only assess at local scale, but also broaden up at city level and even broader than that. You will see in the coming slides. So now I want to illustrate every activities that we have in the project across those different items that I was presenting before. So for instance, we have a socioeconomic work package that as kind of shaped through this wheel that you can see on the left-hand side, the different key dimensions of socioeconomic benefits of urban agriculture: education, production, economic, health, well-being, social cohesion. And they came up with 20 socioeconomic indicators that use 100, that builds on 100 quantitative and qualitative measures that have been done around the urban farms. I just want to illustrate with two indicators: community belonging and empowerment and civil participation, what we have found across different types of urban agriculture. So for instance, if you look at community building, from community gardens down to do-it-yourself initiative where you manage your own plot, well, we find that the community belonging is sort of actually reducing through this gradient, which can be quite straightforward, well, because you manage your own plot, so maybe you have less interactions with people. Whereas actually it was a little bit more surprising for me that the empowerment and civic participation was actually quite high for community gardens and community parks, but when it came down to social farms, that was actually quite low. I would have expected that actually through social farms, more cohesion, more relationship among people, this would have led to more empowerment and civic participation. That's some of the first result of this data collection process that terminated a couple of weeks ago, actually. We also conduct environmental assessment, so we look at through life cycle assessment at the environmental impact through a broad range of indicators. For instance, when it comes to climate change, we have analyzed several types of farms. This is still being conducted. So basically, we're looking at how much emissions per kilogram of production is produced through the products of different type of farms. So here you have two categories of farms. You have the productive one and the social ones. Actually, it looks like there's some kind of relationship where the more productivity you have, so when you look at the x-axis towards 5 kilograms of product, basically you're reducing on the y-axis the impact per kilogram of crops. So it seems that there's a benefit to some kind of economies of scale. The more you produce, the more able you are to reduce the emissions of CO2, but actually there are some outliers here that really question us on this relationship. And we can look through this LCA at the contribution and maybe have an idea about what's happening. So this productive farm, P1, we see that actually it's splitting of different type of drivers of this carbon footprint, where there's a more significant impact in blue of the infrastructure, for instance, compared to P2. So maybe there's potential optimization there to reduce the carbon footprint. Environmental assessment is not only about the LCA, we also do some soil analysis. We produced a guide that you can look at online to conduct a soil analysis in your urban farm. So that's something we want to disseminate as much as possible. And we're also doing some biodiversity assessment to understand how urban agriculture initiative can support biodiversity, insect diversity, weed and crop diversity, and also bird diversity. All right, we also do some policy assessment. We've produced some kind of a guide to really start some policy and governance redesign in municipalities, where, for instance, we have 5 phases. I want to illustrate one phase, which is about an advice provided in this guide, institutional homes, which is basically a solutions proposed at city level that can be implemented rather quickly with a low-medium level of complexity according to stakeholders, but with a high impact. Essentially, what is it? Well, basically, in municipalities, you create a kind of urban agriculture office in link with the park department, the environmental department, the waste management department, that can be well positioned in order to basically seek synergies among different type of department and combined environmental positive impact, for instance, in having more circular type of management of waste and use that in urban agriculture initiative. And we are crafting visions locally on how waste best contribute to urban agriculture development, for instance, Flanders and Brussels, while basically urban agriculture is currently being thought as a potential contributor to the food strategy with a contribution in terms of high diversity of food and agriculture, contribution to the circular economy, and a reshape in terms of governance from a more bottom-up model. All right, we've produced a guide also that you can use, 100 trends of the future of urban agriculture that have been spread into different dimensions, social, technical, economical, environmental, and political, where we have, for instance, these kind of things. Climate resilient crops. Sponge City. Climate resilient crops is basically the new crops that will be best shaped for our future climate that should enter our farming system and urban farms. And Sponge City is how we organize a city and how urban agriculture can contribute to capturing more water and basically prevent some flooding events that would be very risky in a way. And actually, what we have produced based on those trends is some potential generic scenarios of how cities around Europe could go into different type of directions. So you will hear more about this afternoon. So that's basically how we can have cities that are more green, eco-scenery cities, some kind of more fragmented local practices, or some kind of scenarios where you have high-tech system with drones that play a role in the food systems, really high technology, more vertical farming. All right. We also do some design of urban agriculture in the project. We have produced a catalog of innovations, which basically looks at very interesting system. One that, for instance, is very nice, I think, and we have had the chance to visit, is this Urban Agriculture 11 in Almere, one of our living lab location. So basically, the farmer there decided to start a allotment garden, so do-it-yourself initiative under a greenhouse, so where you can basically grow more things, and there's a lot of different plots, and you can see actually through some photos, you see some banana crops because there's high temperature, you can grow more. And he managed basically to attract a community of Surinamese people to be part of this urban agriculture initiative. So I thought that was a very interesting model that could be reused. And we tried to text talk on those initiatives in our work in the different locations. So for instance, we produced a special plan for the Jemilova food market in Wrocław, where basically we're redesigning a market, but adding some other component of it, even beyond the productive component, a cooperative where people can actually exchange food products, an open-air market, more dynamic, a little bit reshaped spatially, and also adding a plot where there's more organic food production that can be done, and some reuse, circular management of resources where compost is planned to being used, and so on. Something you will hear about also is that we assess those kind of prototypes with some tools that we're producing in the project. So right after, you will have a presentation of the Urbana tool, where basically you produce your own self-assessment of your urban agriculture initiative to monitor it and being able to assess its contribution to the economic dimension, social dimension, and environmental dimension. Something else also that we do in the project is that we assess how can be the contribution of urban agriculture at more larger scale. So both some scenarios of development and assess how those scenarios can best contribute to society. I want to illustrate that with one core, I think, result of the project, which was about looking at the cooling potential of allotment gardens. So actually in those photo 1 and 2, you can see a kind of shape, a polygon, which represent a an allotment garden, and basically you can see through the color and the gradient in blue the cooling potential of this garden. So you can see that some garden, they decrease by 2, 3, 4, 5 degrees the surrounding temperature in the neighborhood. And basically what we've done in the project, we looked at all the allotment gardens that we could track in Europe, and we estimated that basically through remote sensing processes, it could provide some cooling services in 682 European functional urban areas for about 4 million inhabitants. And we also had some investigation in some location in Wrocław, how much this cooling benefit could translate in terms of economic benefit, some avoided cost essentially. So we also do some workshops. For instance, a potential thing which is really of interest is how much urban agriculture and peri-urban agriculture can contribute to food security. So we're doing some workshops in the different locations. Here, we're looking at how the peri-urban and urban agriculture can increase food self-sufficiency in Riga. And actually, currently, it's very little. That's what you see basically in blue. That's the level where food self-sufficiency is beyond 10-20%. But actually, if you plan for some development of urban agriculture on rooftop and also on vacant space, actually this contribution is increasing to 30-40% of the vegetable and food production. So we also develop those kind of approach and tools in the project. And yeah, we develop scenarios of interest. For instance, in Amsterdam, we're also working on developing models where we can simulate scenarios, for instance, where urban agriculture can develop and fulfill the requirements in terms of exposure to urban green space. And it's not only urban green space that matter, but it's also, for instance, some food justice scenarios where we try to plan for increased productions of fruits and vegetables in the cities, looking at a very high resolution, where are the space that could be used in different neighborhoods, essentially. And basically, we try to discuss those findings with decision makers and see what could be, for instance, some components of those scenarios that could be of interest for them to really see how urban agriculture can fulfill some role within the development of the urban environment. So that's it for me. And the project still continues for 18 more months, basically. And that's all this collection of people that are super nicely contributing to the project, basically. So thank you very much for your attention. And very pleased to see you here for this seminar.
Be quickly present. Okay, so I'm just gonna present quickly how it's gonna be organized, and then I'll just let all my colleagues present very professionally everything, and then I'll just be there to answer any questions. Just to begin, maybe how it's gonna be. So yeah, so the Food City Boost project. So Pierre just told you of all the objectives of this work. So as you can see, we were looking also at improving knowledge on impact and risk of different kinds of urban farming. So from all the three pillars of sustainable development. What you didn't say, but I think others will talk about it a little bit more, is the focus on spillover effects into rural and peri-urban areas, which we are still working on. So part of as you can see, the third objective is develop tools to help local stakeholders design and assess urban agricultural systems that best contribute to the sustainable development of cities. And this is where we came in. Exactly. So, the Food City Boost project is divided into 9 different work packages. So on different kinds, and we were working with Paola and Carnel in the work package 7, which is on assessment tools, which is subdivided into 2, one about local assessment tools and upscale assessment tools, as Pierre showed you some of the results. And we focused on local assessment tools, which means we're going to look directly at an urban agricultural project, which can be assessed using different impacts, looking at different impacts of this project. How is it going to be? So first, Paola is going to present the tool, how it came to be, how it was designed, She'll explain exactly where we came from and how it worked. And then we'll have a demonstration by Carnel, who will show you what it looks like, because it's been online since February. It was officially launched in public, so Tuesday in French. This is now a baptism in English before you all. We're happy to be presenting our latest baby. And so after the demonstration, we'll have a question and answer session. However, I know some of us like to just add the question in chat as soon as we have them before we forget them. So feel free to ask questions in the chat, and we'll just go through them, group them, and answer to them at the end of the presentation during the question and answer session. So now, let Paola talk.
Thank you, Agnes. Hi, everyone. So I'm Paola Clerino. I'm the coordinator of the Urban Agriculture Chair at AgroParisTech, and I participated to the design of this Urbana tool. So today I will present you how the tool was designed, in which context, how you can use it, and then I will leave the floor to Carnel for a live demonstration. So first, really quickly, because Pierre already mentioned it, but urban agriculture really increased during the past 15, 20 years. In France, it was the case. We have seen a lot of different projects that appeared in the peri-urban areas, but also in intra-urban areas. It's not really a small sector, because now we have listed more than 4,200 sites of urban agriculture in France. And in our project, we really focus on professional intra-urban farms. So it gathers the multi-activities micro farm, but also indoor farms, social farms, etc. So Urbana is not designed to assess initiatives in gardening. It's really focusing on farms. Within this type of urban farms, we have a diversity of location. Some farms are located on the ground, other on rooftops, or they're indoor. We also have a diversity of cropping techniques. Some farms cultivate in the soil, other with aquaponic techniques, hydroponics, aeroponics, etc. And some farms also, they can mix different cropping techniques and different locations. And we have a diversity of function. Some farms will really focus on production. Some will have also social activities, activities linked to awareness raising on environmental impacts, other on professional inclusion. And many farms will have different function at the same time. This urban agriculture sector, in France, we have identified 3 different types of stakeholders. First, the project leaders who manage the farms on the daily basis. We also have the sponsors who put land and subsidies to develop the farms, and experts who advise project leaders and sponsors to develop the farms. These different kind of stakeholders, they are wondering if the urban farms they develop are sustainable, but also if they contribute to the sustainability of cities. When we started the project in 2019, the Urbana project, there was no suitable assessment tool adapted to urban agriculture. Tools existed to assess the sustainability of rural farms, but it was not adapted to the specificities of the urban context. For instance, it didn't take into account the pollution aspect, pollution management. So there was a need to develop a really specific assessment tool for urban farms. So this is why we launched the Urbana project. And one really important thing, one of our objectives in this project was to have a participatory approach. We wanted to include the stakeholder of the urban agriculture sector in the design approach the most as we can. We started with my PhD actually to design this tool. I first put in place a diagnosis of uses. So what is this diagnosis? The main idea behind it was to understand why and how urban agriculture stakeholders assess their project. Because yes, at that time there was no tool available, but project existed. So in a way, stakeholders were assessing their project. So we wanted to put in light why they assess their project and how they were doing it. So I conducted several interviews, studied 19 case studies in France, analyzed documents, and we had several really interesting results that I will share. The first is that stakeholders assess the sustainability of their project in 5 different situations. When we think about assessment, mostly we think about monitoring a project or maybe comparing different projects to select, for instance, an awardee in a call for projects. But stakeholders were also assessing the sustainability of their project to refine a project ID. So really at the beginning, the first stage of a project development, they were using criteria, assessment criteria, to refine their project ID and have a more sustainable project at the end. They were also assessing their project to provide information on the expected characteristic of a project. For instance, in the case of local authorities, when they launch a call for project to put a land to develop an urban farm, they provide sustainability criteria in all the documents related to this call for project. And these criteria will shape the answers of the project leader who try to have access to this land. And then stakeholders were also assessing their project to explain a rationale for selecting a project. So to justify the selection of the project inside a local authority, for instance, but also for inhabitants of a neighborhood. Another interesting result was that stakeholder practices reveal a wide range of evaluation criteria. Thanks to this diagnosis, we identified several criteria effectively used by stakeholders to assess their urban agriculture project. And these criteria were not divided in the 3, let's say, classic sustainability pillars, environmental, social, and economic sustainability, but it was divided in 4 dimensions: external sustainability, internal sustainability, innovation, and credibility of the project leader. We will see in details the different themes inside this dimension. So first, the external sustainability dimension. It includes the contribution to local sustainability, to global sustainability, and the contribution to the sponsor sustainability. Inside this external sustainability dimension, we listed 35 criteria. And for instance, it was a criteria like inclusion of vulnerable population or access to high quality local food. The second dimension was the internal sustainability. Is the project consistent? Does it have an economic soundness? How do they manage the regulatory aspects? In this dimension, we listed 22 criteria, and for instance, soundness of the financing plan, ethics in human resources management. Then the third dimension, innovating aspect of the project. This innovation dimension was observed in most of the 19 case studies. So innovation is really an important dimension for urban agriculture project in France. Inside this innovation dimension, we have the contribution to the advancement of knowledge and the originality of the project. We recorded 5 criteria in this dimension. For instance, replicability. Can we replicate the project that we are developing easily? And the dissemination of new knowledge. Do we gather data in the project? Do we ease the share of this data with research institute, for instance? And then the fourth and last dimension was the credibility of the project leader. What is the strength of the governance put in place? Is the project leader's profile suitable for this kind of project? This dimension was really important because we observe in France a lot of new profiles becoming project leaders in urban agriculture. They're not necessarily coming from the agricultural world. So it was really important for stakeholders to have the opportunity to assess if the project leader has the suitable skills to manage a farm. We listed 5 criteria in this dimension, for instance, team and partner composition or skills match. So at the end, we had a database of 67 sustainability criteria effectively used by field stakeholders. In this database, we also recorded the indicator used by the stakeholders. Difference between criteria and indicators, that indicators are used to estimate the criteria. So we recorded 130 indicators in this database. And one interesting result is about the type of indicators identified. Almost 80% of the indicators we recorded were qualitative. So it means that mostly stakeholders in urban agriculture are using qualitative indicators to assess the sustainability of their projects. For instance, they will have indicators such as a resident approval of farm activities, yes or no. The spaces have natural lighting, yes or no. So mostly indicators like that that you can answer quite easily. After this diagnosis phase, we launched a design workshop. Here again, we invited stakeholders, so project leaders, sponsors, and experts to participate to 2 design workshops to imagine the uses and features of Urbana tool. The exercise was to ask them to think about this dream goal, a generic tool for customized assessment. First, we used the results of the diagnosis. So you can see here, use number 1, use number 2, number 4, 3, and 5 are the different uses that we identify during the diagnosis. And we also add some functionalities. And then you can see that the result of the different workshops really broadened the potential uses and functionalities of the tool. So thanks to this design workshops, we gathered more than 18 potential uses for Urbana and 51 features for the tool. I put here an example. So for the use monitor of ongoing projects, stakeholders suggested that there is a difference if you want to monitor it internally to manage your project or externally to communicate about the impact. If you want to manage a project internally, then the features of the tools that are necessary are to identify the strengths and weaknesses of your project so you can better manage it in the future and improve its sustainability. If you want to communicate externally, then you have to identify the impacts you want to communicate externally about your project. And the third and last phase of development was the IT development. What will the tool look like? We get the results of the design workshop. We also take the database that we obtained thanks to the diagnosis in phase 1, and we developed the Urbana tool, which is now online, thanks to the help of web developers and graphic designers. And we also conducted several users tests. We presented the platform to see if there are any bugs and to see if it's easy to use. Because there was a real challenge between a highly flexible tool and a tool that is not so complicated to use. And we also had to work on intellectual property of the tool, on data visualization, on business model of the tool to be able to make it live in the future and to guarantee some updates. And also training for users, because now the platform is online, everybody can use it freely, but there is no training modules, and we think it could be useful to have some to better prepare users to use the platform and be aware of the different results that they can have using it. So now how to use the tool. So the Urbana is a self-assessment platform. It's freely available online in French and in English. You have to register to create your personal account. When you use the tool, you will follow 9 steps. First, you will define the project's expected functions. Urbana will provide you a list, and you can also add a custom function for your project. Then, second step, you choose the sustainability themes you want to assess. Urbana, again, will provide you a list, but you can also add a custom sustainability themes if you have one in mind that is not provided in the list. And then one important step, the third one, is to connect the functions of your project and the sustainability themes for the assessment. This is crucial to ensure that all the expected function of your project will be assessed. Then you have different steps to create your own assessment grid. You will be able to select criteria and indicators in a database. This database is issued from the diagnosis that I mentioned before. So it has the 130 indicators that we identified in stakeholder practices, but we also added indicators from literature and from Foodcityboost project results. So far, we have 240 indicators in this database. And at each step, you also have the possibility to create a custom criteria or custom indicators if you have one in mind that is not suggested in the database. You have also an optional step where you can apply weights to your criteria, keeping in mind that data is not aggregated in our tool, so the weighting will only affect how the results are displayed at the end. Criteria with higher weights will appear first in the result table. You will see that concretely later. Then you will have to select the assessment type. Urbana invites you to choose between managing a single project, so you want to assess your one and only project. Maybe you want to compare different projects, or you want to monitor your project over time. So you can select one of these 3 options. Then the main stage, you need to enter your project data. You can specify data reliability. Do you think that the data you entered is really reliable or not so reliable? And you assign a sustainability score. So it is the user who assigns the sustainability score. It is a self-assessment tool. This sustainability score range from 1 to 5 for each indicators. And also be aware that there is no calculation in the tool. So you can enter data that is qualitative, quantitative. It can be only a number, it can be a sentence, it can be what you want. And then the last step, you visualize and export the results. You can visualize as a table, a matrix, and you can also export the results as an Excel file. Each user can save the assessment on its own profile, so it can have access to this profile and this recorded assessment later. And you can also save an assessment grid. So you have your assessment grid with selected criteria and indicators and weights. You can use it later for another assessment. So assess another project with the same grid that you designed. So finally, this tool, it's more than just a tool, it's an approach that we wanted to design. This Urbana approach help you to highlight the key steps in the evaluation process and to and suggest to the users to ask themselves this really important question: what is sustainable in my own context? What are the functions that are actually expected in my context for my farm? What data is available? Is it complicated or easy to have access to such data or such data? Are there any trade-offs that we need to do between the function that are expected and the data that is available, for instance? We also imagine that Urbana would foster a collective approach, that it could be a platform for discussion among stakeholders, because we know that in many situations, evaluation is a link between sponsors and project leaders and experts. And we hope that this platform can help these different kind of stakeholders to discuss about the evaluation approach, to discuss about the criteria they want to select to assess urban agriculture projects. Now I will leave the floor to Carnel for a live demonstration. I will stop the share my screen, and Carnel, you can.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Megbleto, and I'm a software engineer, and I did handle all the development tasks related to Urbana from its current version from its alpha version to its current version that we are going to be demoing together today. Okay, let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
It's perfect.
Okay, so once you get onto the app, you get in this first landing page, who showcase the tool, and you have a how does it work session, who explain how the tool work, and also this about session, who explain a bit about how it was built. And at the top, you have a get started button. Once you click it, you get on the login page. And I guess you don't have an account yet. So if you don't have an account, what you have to do is click the sign up button. And once you have filled the form, you get an email with a verification link, and you have to click on the link in order to verify your account. So personally, I already have an account, so I will just log in. So once you log into the app, you have a small dashboard who tells you how many evaluations you have, how many are completed, and how many are still ongoing. And right here, you have a plus button. Will help you create a new evaluation. So I'll just click it. And for now, I'll just suppose I don't have a grid. So I'll just start without a grid. I'll name my evaluation. So Timo. And I'll create it. So once you have created your evaluation, you get on the first step of your evaluation. And at each and every step, you will get this small purple section at the top who will tell you what you have to do to complete this step of the evaluation. And you also get this small question mark which explain key concepts that come up throughout the platform. So here we are asked to define our project functions. So I will select a few functions. So I'll go for economic development, environmental services, quality of urban life, sustainable food production, and education. So keep in mind that at each and every step, if in the list what is suggested doesn't match your needs, you can always add here at the bottom things that better fits your needs. So I'll go to the next step. Here we are asked to select teams. So I'll select a few teams for my project. I'll go for ability to integrate into the neighborhood. I'll go for contribution to access to quality local food, contribution to local development, economic impact, and participation in environmental and food education, practice linked to circular economy and protection of the environment, but also soil quality. So here also as well, you can add a custom theme that better fits your use cases. So I'll go to the next step. Here we are asked to associate themes to functions. So at the first step, we selected a few functions. For the second step, we selected themes. So here we have to associate the themes and the function. So here I will put participation in environment and food education with economic development. And also, once a theme has been associated to a function, it cannot be associated to another function. So as you can see here, this one is already deactivated, so I can't add it to the economic development anymore. So here I'll go for contribution to local development, economic impact, for sustainability. Okay. Education, so I'll go participation environment and education. So for economic development, go to
Carnel, we don't see your screen right now.
Oh, you can see it? Okay.
No.
I'll maybe share it again.
We can't.
Oh, you can see it now?
No.
Oh, okay, let me share it again. So can you see it?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So here I was associating the teams to the functions. So for education, I'll go to participation in environmental and food education. For economic development, I'll go for contribution to local development and economic impact. For environmental services, I'll go for practice linked to circular economy, and I'll go to protection of the environment and soil quality. For quality of urban life, I'll go to ability to integrate into the neighborhood. And oops. Oh, do it again. Sure. Okay. So, okay, so once that's done, also keep in mind that if you do not associate all your team to functions, you will not be able to go to the next step. So you have to make sure that all your teams are associated to all your functions, and if not, you'll go back to the previous step, remove either functions you don't need or teams you don't need. So once that's done, here we are asked to select our criteria. So for each team, we have a list of criteria that are linked to the teams. So for the ability to integrate into the neighborhood, I'll go for this one. Also here, if in the list of suggestions for the criteria, you don't have a criteria that does not match your need, you can also add custom criteria. So for contribution to access local food, I'll go for this one. Local consumption and affordability of products. For contribution to local development, I'll go for job creation. For the economic impact, I'll go for income diversification. Okay. For participation in environmental and food education, I'll go for hosting of school groups. For the practice linked to circular economy, I'll go for waste management and circularity. And for the protection of the environment, I'll go for limiting soil and water pollution. And here for the soil quality, I'll go for the contaminant and pollution. So same here, you have to select a criteria for each and every team, otherwise you won't be able to go to the next step. So, okay. So once that's done here, you have to select our indicators. So for each team, we have a list of criteria we have to select, and for each criteria, we get to select indicators that match those criteria. So for the take-up of the project by locals, I'll go for these two activities involving the inhabitants. For the contribution to access to quality and local food, I'll go for affordability of the production for the city's inhabitants and local sale of production. For the contribution to local development, I'll go for number of jobs created.
Carnel, you've stopped sharing your screen again.
Oh. It keeps on curling. Let me check again. Okay, it's good.
Yeah, it's fine.
Can you see me? Okay, all right. So for the economic impact, I'll go for share of revenue generated by the main activity. For the participation in environmental and food education, I'll go for for the parties linked to circular economy, I'll go for waste recycling. Here I'll go for no use of phytosanitary products. And yeah, this one. So once that's done, same here, you must select indicators for all your criteria. Otherwise, again, you won't be able to go to the next step. And once that's done, here we are asked to weight our criteria. So we have to define the importance of each and every criteria we have selected. So here I will just go with 1. So 5 for the most important one and 1 for the least important one. That's wonderful. Okay, so once you've done that, in Urbana you have 3 types of evaluation. So you can evaluate a single project, multi-project to compare them, and follow up on a specific project. So here I'll go for a single project. Next step. So here we are asked to enter project data. So for the here I will put testing and validation of the farm activities by an inhabitant. I'll put no. And we also have to add a rating, a score. So I'll put 5. And for the reliability of what I'm putting, I'll just put low. Here, activity involving the inhabitants. I'll put it high. Affordability of the pollution for the city's inhabitants. I'll put yes. High. Local sale of the production. I'll put yes. And number of jobs created, I'll put maybe 60. And for the rating here, I'll put 4. Share of revenue generated by the main activity, I'll put maybe 50%. So for the rating, I'll put 2. Workshop for school, I'll put yes. And waste recycling, I'll put yes. No use of phytosanitary product, I'll put yes. Analysis of soil and or product pollution. So once that's done, you get your results, and you also have a matrix, a criteria and function matrix, and you can also export your results, so as an Excel. And once you've completed one evaluation, if you want to do a new one, and they have about the same, let's say they have about the same criteria teams, you can create a grid. So I'll save it as a grid.
You stopped sharing again.
Okay, let me show it again. Okay. So once you have completed an evaluation, you can create a grid with that evaluation. So I will save it as a grid. So once you have saved a grid, once you want to do a new evaluation, you can use that grid. So this one. And as you can see, you will have all the functions selected, all the teams already pre-selected based on the grid you have created. And yeah. So I will let Paola show you how does the result looks when you compare projects. Also when you want to follow up on a single project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris, for the microphone, and thank you, Carnel, for the nice demo. Now I will share again my screen to show you some, in more details, the outputs of the tool. So you can see here that we have, sorry, I just put this away. At the end of the first option, so when you only assess one project, you have a table like this. So you have on the left hand the themes, sustainability themes that you selected. Then you can find the criteria that you selected, and they are sorted according to the weight that you decide to put on each criteria. One criteria with a high weight, W4, will be on the top of the table, and if you have a low weight, W1, it will be at the bottom. So the highest weight will appear first. On the right side of the table, you have the indicators, and the color depends on on the sustainability score of the data, you have little squares with the I3, I1, etc. It corresponds to the number of the indicators. So we did not wanted to put the whole name of the indicators because it will be too much information on one table. So you just have the number of the indicators. So here, for instance, you have I3, indicator number 3 correspond to no use of phytosanitary products. You have the sustainability score that appears with different colors, from dark green to purple. Dark green is very sustainable, so rating number 5, and purple is not sustainable, rating number 1. We also had a way to quickly identify whether data is reliable or not. So you have seen during the demo that Carnel was selecting for each data if it was reliable or not really reliable. We added this option because it was asked during the design workshop by stakeholders, because sometimes they have to assess projects that provide a different kind of data. So they wanted to be able to make the difference when the indicator is based on monitored data, like a specific study of on biodiversity, for instance, or is it only like a forecast for the future. And so here you can see that at the end, you can easily find what are the strengths of the project or what are the weaknesses that you can improve in the future. We also have a way to visualize the results that link criteria and functions. So these are on the top of the table, the functions that you selected during the first step of Urbana. And you can see that thanks to this table, functions that are well provided by the project are quickly identified. And you can also identify the functions that are not really provided by the projects. You can also compare different projects. So project number 1, you can choose the name you want for project number 1, project number 2. You will have the results for each project next to each other. And then it can help you to select an awardee for a call for projects, for instance. And also you have the possibility to monitor one project over time. So you can enter data for different time stages. Here I put 2024 and 2025, but you can choose whatever you want if you want to monitor your project on a 6-month basis or 2 years basis. And then you enter data for each time stage and see a result like that. And here you can see on this example that the project has improved through time on these different criteria. So what's next for Urbana? Today we are launching the first version online, but improvements are still to come. I mentioned that we're thinking about creating trainings for users. We are also thinking about improving the data visualization at the end. We also would like to study the use of the platform by stakeholders, because of course we imagine how they will use it, but we know that in reality, most of the time, the use will be a little bit different from what designers are expecting. And we also want to improve the platform thanks to a different feedback we can have. So if you use the platform, please feel free to share your feedback with Agnes and I. And yeah, just to conclude, it's just the beginning of the Urbana adventures, and we are really happy to present it to you today. So if you have any question, please, you're welcome. Thank you.
So now we have 15 minutes of question and answers if you want. So just for those who didn't look at the chats, David told us about a very interesting project in the European Erasmus+ project about community gardens, with kind of a tool that looks to me to be a cousin of this of this one. So it's very interesting. Thank you for sharing. I think lots of people will be interested in it too. Yes, website is online. It's live, and so yeah, Paola stopped sharing, but yeah, we had the QR code. But just Reframe shared, Chris shared the website if you want to try it out, and maybe tell us what you think about it. Thanks, Pierre. No, it doesn't. So the question in the chat is whether it works offline. No, it's an online platform. We thought about it, but if we wanted to keep the thing secure, so everything is hosted by a French governmental server. So so that means it's only online. But you can go for it on your phone if you want, because Carnel added also visualization that works on your phone. So yeah. Pierre, so I think maybe I can I I think you can try to talk about.
Yes, thanks. I had a question about the metadata. For instance, do you collect data on how the different users they structure their assessment sheet? And can you, for instance, say something about which are the most common dimensions among users? And is it okay, or is there too many barriers or constraints in terms of private data and so on? So I'm just curious about this.
Exactly. It's a question everyone wants to ask us, especially researchers. But as we had to respect the GDPR of Europe, every account is private, so maybe it's something we didn't say enough. So when you create your own account, it's your own data, your own grid. No one can see your grids, no one can see your assessment. There's no option to share. It's been asked Tuesday also. But if you want to share, you just download your own Excel file, and then you can share it with other people. We had to protect private data. So what we only know is we added a counter, so we know how many people have an account and how many evaluations have been done. We did add our emails on the website. You can see it down on the page, and you can send us an email if there's any question, any feedbacks. And especially, we've also been asked about adding new indicators and criteria. So because users will create their own criteria, and it might be interesting for others to have access to it. And except if people just send us an email saying, so I created this criteria indicator, I really need it. I find it's very interesting for the rest of the community, and then we can add it, because the database is not fixed. We can still increment it and add new indicators and criteria, following, of course, what's going to be the research is going on, and maybe what the users will be using, because on the field you're going to use different kinds of things.
As you mentioned, it's really interesting, Agnes, to see that researchers are wanting to have access to this data to better understand how stakeholders assess their project, what kind of criteria and indicator they create, but also stakeholders themselves, they are willing to share with others the criteria that they used, if they created new ones and everything. So this is a demand that we have, but so far everything is really locked inside the user's profile.
An option to share, I think the easiest options to share would be to organize like webinars or discussion sessions where we could exchange and discuss together. Adding sharing outputs, might be. We already have one urban farm, for example, who said yes, we are okay for you to use our grid as demonstration examples, for example. So we can use their data, but it might be one-on-one if people just contact us. I think yes, the easiest way to share things would be to organize whether online or offline meetings.
Maybe one answer could be to have a community around this tool, but at the same time, if we want to have a community, we need to have the resources to make it alive and maintain it alive. So far we don't, but maybe in the future.
Next European project. Yeah, Pierre.
Yeah, I have another question because this week that's the European Bauhaus Festival, and that's we are one of the online satellite event, and the European Bauhaus they are really advertising and supporting projects that are, for instance, beautiful, inclusive, and sustainable, and I'm wondering whether, and I think they have also some indicators. Beyond that, because they have a new European Bauhaus Compass, they have another tool. I think they have a new European Bauhaus assessment tool, actually. So they have several things, and I was wondering if you looked into their indicators, or if you have something, for instance, for the aesthetic beauty of the different urban agriculture initiatives. If you have some indicators around that you have collected. If you remember, because I know that you have a lot of indicators.
Paola, maybe if you know, I think it could be done, but I'm not sure it's already used.
You mean on the aesthetic part of urban agriculture? Or
yeah, like I can imagine that they want to have beautiful urban environments, so I can imagine that they have
we have some in the database. It was linked to the diagnosis, actually, because in the diagnosis I don't remember exactly all the indicators, but I remember that there was a criteria about the aesthetic of the farm. Is it open air? Is it beautiful? But it's really like a subjective point of view, but it's still, we found it in several case studies. So there are some indicators about that in the database.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe that's worth screening what they have, because I can imagine also they have a lot of indicators. There's probably a lot that are not linked to urban agriculture, because they are also looking at, I don't know, prisons transformed into schools. So there are a lot of urban revitalization project, but I can imagine that, and there's very few. That's a bit, I think, the downside of the European Bauhaus. On their website, they list all the initiative, and there's not so many around urban agriculture, I think. I mean, compared to all the building revitalization. So maybe worth looking at this.
Sure.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, have a look. Thanks.
So yeah, Lia, very great to have you here, and because Lia is a colleague of us from the Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam, although we don't see each other very frequently physically on the campus because we're on different buildings. But you're an associate professor in development economics, and also the director of the Amsterdam Center for World Food Studies, and you're coordinating this Fit for Food project, which is very interesting, I think. So and also very aligned, I think, with the new European Bauhaus values of when it comes to inclusivity. So really looking forward to hearing from you and from all you're working on in this project. So thanks for being here with us.
Thank you. Well, it's a pleasure being here, and I would like to tell you in about 20 minutes what the Feed for Food project is about. So I labeled this presentation Hand in Hand for Urban Food Security, because indeed it is about sustainable but particularly also inclusive development of city food systems. So while it probably is preaching to the converted, but why it matters is we see that food insecurity is rising in European cities, particularly among vulnerable populations. And what are those? Well, it's mainly people with low income, but also people that are not really included in mainstream society. So that can be because they are refugees, it can be because they are the elderly, or on the other hand, the young people that feel lost because they don't have the natural connection to others. Can also be people with mental or physical disabilities, and all those populations are vulnerable because they are not reached through the normal channels. We also see that climate extremes are intensifying. So that is another reason why we also focused on food security and on urban gardening or urban agriculture, because we see there is more heat stress and there are heat islands now developing in cities. And water scarcity is becoming more pressing, so it's more difficult also to cultivate in settings to supply sufficient food. So what Feed for Food does also was in line with what other initiatives do, is to position urban agriculture not only as a nice way to have social interaction, but really as a resilience strategy. Because what I didn't mention is, of course, what we learned, let's say 5 years ago during COVID, that the food system in Europe is very vulnerable because of the enormous amount of steps that separate now the food the food consumer from the food producer. So resilience also is an objective. And it's nutritional resilience, so providing the food to people living in the city. It's also environmentally resilience, so shortening the food chains, practicing regenerative agriculture, so getting away from extracting always, but really focusing on how can we be sustainable in the longer run, but also socially. So we really want to invigorate or reinvigorate the social fabric within a city. So what is the background of Feed for Food? It's funded within a larger EU framework called Driving Urban Transition, DUT. And the purpose is to support transnational research and also innovation projects addressing urban challenges in general. And those challenges were grouped into 3 what they call transition pathways: positive energy districts, the 15-minute city, and the pathway that we are in, circular urban economies. And that Q aims to support planning and design of inclusive urban spaces. And we responded to the challenge by designing living labs for urban agriculture in Strovolos, that is in Cyprus, in Drama, Thessaloniki in Greece, and Bucharest in Romania. So the project has 3 pillars. We have living labs in each of the 3 cities. I will come back to showing the differences later on, all piloting some form of urban agriculture. There is a central knowledge and learning hub that is located at the Vrije Universiteit, Free University here in Amsterdam, and there is a transition strategy, because we really also want the lessons and activities to go on after the end of the project. The focus is really on including vulnerable populations. So how can we reach in the different cities, different populations, to really make them feel included again in society, but also to really show how you can produce sustainable food, working with populations that may not be the ones that are obvious or the most productive ones. We focus also on sustainability in all possible ways, so environmental, social, but also economic. And we focus also on this economic sustainability, again, to ensure that after the end of the project, there is also activities that can go on by themselves. So we focus on circularity in water use, but also in nutrient use, on cultural appropriate ways of cultivating, but also culturally appropriate food that is produced. So in one of our living labs in Greece, they particularly also focus on reusing, reconnecting, rediscovering local indigenous varieties and local indigenous foods, to also bring that back into the food culture. And like I said, the economic sustainability, we work on that because we also want to develop business cases for each of the living labs. We also actually want people to flow out of the living labs, which may be kind of a weird objective, but our idea is that if we are really successful in the living lab, it should mean that the people that came in as vulnerable populations go out as being really empowered individuals. And on the other hand, that also potential employers see that, hey, this person is not someone we have to have pity on, but a really very valuable employee. So it's how to empower people to find their way back into, let's say, mainstream labor markets, mainstream society, but also to engage with businesses to show them that really those people are, they have assets and they are now an underused resource. We also want to generate learning experiences across living labs and from feed to food to other initiatives. And that's why we have this dashboard, and the dashboard is part of the central and knowledge learning hub. I'll also come back to that. So first of the three pillars, the living labs, and those are real life test beds for social innovation. So we are not so much aiming for technical innovation. We are not really using very innovative ways of cultivating. It's really talking about social innovation. How can we design spaces such that they become accessible and safe and actually attractive for the populations that we aim to include, to work in, to meet, to also maybe come up with new activities. So the picture on the right shows an activity that was done in Cyprus, and it's really about including a larger population than only people engaging in food. As you can see, there's a repair cafe, there is a picnic, a potluck picnic, people can bring their own food. There's also some opportunities to do some sports, to play some games, but really to say, okay, how can we make this space into something bigger than only a garden? Of course, we have replanting there, but it's also about how can we link it to the culture in more general ways. So Strovolos, that's where you see now also the picture of in Cyprus, that is a newly developed site. So there was a site that was given to us by the municipality, and that is really developed from scratch. There's already another initiative going, that's the Johanno Foundation, and they already had a greenhouse running, and they really focused on including people with mental disabilities. So there's a lot of communication and learning also from that existing initiative, but also a lot of interaction now. In Drama, in Thessaloniki, in Greece, we have a different setup. There it is partly home gardens and partly redevelopment of communal gardens. So there was an initiative before within Drama, but it kind of failed. And then the municipality asked us to, can you please give it a new boost? Taking a new, maybe more holistic approach to redevelop those communal gardens. And one of the specific populations targeted in Drama were people with physical disabilities. And there, the Women's Union of Drama came at one point to the local PI and said, yeah, these communal gardens are nice, but the target group also has difficulties reaching those kind of locations. So could you please also include home gardens? So that's, I think, is a clear signal of how we work. So really the transdisciplinary approach that we, while developing the project, we're also really listening to what stakeholders voiced as needs. So therefore we now also have home gardens as a part of the larger initiative. In Bucharest, because of the communist heritage, there is now a lot of peri-urban farmers that need revitalization. They're older farmers. They didn't invest let's say after the fall of communism, they didn't invest a lot. They are quite detached now also from their consumers. So that's a totally different setting than in Strovolos or Drama. So all the living labs are co-designed with the local communities to ensure there's alignment with what was going on or what is needed. What is common is that all test specific agroecological practices. They all try to improve water efficiency. Some of them, specifically in Greece, they use these indigenous seeds, but also communicate the success or the challenges to the others. And specifically in Bucharest, there are tools developed to link these peri-urban producers with the consumers again. So not through the traditional markets, but really peer-to-peer, to see if that would also get the consumers to reconnect again with the food instead of buying it in the shop, to also increase, in this sense, also the engagement of the peri-urban farmer with other populations within the city. So all the living labs aim to include vulnerable groups, but the specific groups can differ. So in Cyprus is people with disabilities and the refugees. In Drama, it is the elderly and also unemployed people and migrants and refugees. Greece and Cyprus have had a lot of inflow from after the Cyprus disaster, but also really they are on because they are on the edge of Europe. They had a lot of, say, refugees from the southern part of the world, while in Bucharest, they had a lot of inflow from Ukraine. So that's more migrants, but also those people have to be integrated, and how to do this within the living lab. We are innovative, not only say in how we approach the vulnerable populations, but also in learning. So we have three main models of trying to engage people in learning, from children to adults. And those three modes are experiential learning, territorial learning, and social learning. Experiential learning, you see the picture on the bottom left, is really learning through experience. So for the children to really feel the soil, to plant, to actually learn about planting and soil and water use by being in the garden and being exposed to this kind of natural elements. Territorial learning means that you always are very aware that learning takes place within a cultural setting. So it takes on board the specific cultural embeddedness of learning. So that's how you approach people, but also how you make sure that interaction leads to learning. So what are the cultural settings within which people learn? How is let's say the mainstream or the cultural accepted way of interacting between a lecturer and a group of learners? So that's very much territorial learning. And social learning is that you also learn by seeing other people doing things, rather than endless, let's say, theoretical exercises. Look at how other people are doing things. So in the middle, you see a picture of a person that explains something, but there are only 5 white sheets of paper. Behind, you already see where the people will start to plant, and they also will follow just by looking how other people are planting and to get the techniques really into their hands. So it's really that kind of innovative pedagogical tools that are used. Also on the right, you see someone who's really engaging with the soil, trying to get, that was in Drama, trying to see how the soil is, how the composition of the soil is. So again, combination of experiential and social learning, looking at how other people are actually evaluating that quality. An essential element of the project is the central knowledge and learning hub, because we wanted to be sure that all the data that is generated in each of and insights in each of the 3 living labs is collected somewhere in a way that gives back the information to the participants, but also allows to keep track on, do we actually make progress? What was new here is that it was really a bottom-up KPI setting process. So really starting what is it that you would like to know? Then we got an endless list, and then it was really stakeholder engagement process. Okay, if you want to measure all this, then these are the data that you have to collect. Then tailoring it to the specific living lab, but also downscaling it because it was not feasible in the beginning. So now we have a feasible set of metrics and data that are collected, and we have still KPIs that are useful. So we have a set of common KPIs, and we have a set of KPIs that are specific to the living labs. Visualizations are included to target different user groups. So we have very simple, not manipulative visualizations that the living lab participants can use. We have more complex visualizations for management, and we have the raw data available for researchers. Inside the central data platform are also models. So one is a LCA, so a life cycle assessment. How well are we doing when we talk about sustainability in a more environmental sense, about the reusing materials. And we also have the business model development to assess this resilience against shocks. When it comes to scaling, we have also included in the central data platform a tool to look at more sites where more of these initiatives can take place. And we also aim, that's still in progress, a landscape modeling. Because if you scale up, then also a system starts to behave differently. When you're only a small initiative, you may not influence prices in the city, but when you grow and grow, maybe also prices start to react, or other stakeholders start to think differently about you. So that will be the landscape modeling will take that up. So just a very brief overview how the dashboard looks like. So we have a website where the participants can enter the data, and then what is done, let's say at the back end, is that we analyze the data and visualize the data. Data can be inserted in this like standardized boards, but it can also be uploaded. For example, when it's more about evaluations of trainings, then it can be an upload of a PDF. It can also be that there are readings being done by sensors. They can also directly be imported into the dashboard. And the dashboard display is then like a colorful visualization of the KPI that is of interest to the participant. Transition pathways are very important because they are kind of the connection between what we do now, what we want to do in the future. So again, then these tools to support scaling, but also the evaluation of resilience, just to make sure that, yes, when we start something, it will be able to, you know, to go on, even if there are some shocks. And the key thing is co-learning, co-mentoring. So also really embedding the project into a larger cultural and social and economic setting, so that people also continue on their own, and therefore spreading the initiatives over a bigger part than only the living. We also aim to really make a difference in how urban planners think about urban agriculture. So we try also now to really start to engage more and more the local communities to make sure there is land access and people think about land access for urban agriculture, to think about urban zoning, where could it be done, but also really, in the bigger plans for the community, really have a place for circular bioeconomy. So in this sense, we strongly ally with FAO, but also, of course, with the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact frameworks. How can we make sure that we not only have an initiative, but it really also engages with the urban planning? So concluding, we hope that we are demonstrating that urban agriculture can achieve multiple goals. So improved food access, strengthen the resilience of the food system, support circularity, empower vulnerable groups, but also really provide actionable data that is then stored in the hub, but also, of course, is available for other initiatives as well. So thank you very much. All the info, how to reach us on all the socials, and thank you very much for bearing with me. I will stop sharing now that I can see everyone here.
Thank you very much, Lia. Do you have a couple of minutes for answering some questions?
Yeah, I have exactly 5.
Yeah, exactly 5. So maybe is there any burning question from the crowd on the presentation? You can raise your hand in the React tab, but before you do this, maybe I can ask you a little question on my side. I have 1 million question for you, so that's easy to find one. I would like to ask you about the living labs. Like, if you would have a tip, like what would be, from your experience, the thing to do in order to make a living lab continuously active and able also to reach out to those vulnerable groups? Like, how do we ensure that they are engaged, which is, I think, a challenge for a lot of living labs.
Yeah, we have in the team, we specifically also looked at people with a theoretical background in this, because it's really a science how to reach vulnerable people. So we have an anthropologist on board, specifically in Cyprus, that really helped us in designing strategies. How would you engage with vulnerable people? Because it's not that obvious. They are yeah, it's not like you can just ring the bell and then they are there. So it's really about engaging with the right expertise, and it is also engaging or having on the team the right entities. So I mentioned very briefly this women's union in the ladies' union in Drama, and they are really, because they already are engaging with vulnerable populations, specifically here, so women with disabilities, that they were able to tell us, like, this is what we hear from our our group. So they were kind of the communication saturate, if you like, to that vulnerable group. So it's extremely important to have, or either in your team already, an institution that works with vulnerable populations, so that the only thing you bring is, okay, now we have an urban garden or we have an urban agriculture initiative. Can you kind of link them to our initiative, and or have someone that is really from a almost academic background engaging with this kind of processes? Because otherwise, indeed, you're a bit amateurs, and I think it's weird, because we accept fully that you have people that are really knowledgeable about planting. Why don't we accept that it's also really a scientific discipline to engage with vulnerable population?
Okay, thanks. That's very interesting. That's funny. Yesterday, I had a conversation about something a bit similar, where the outcome was also always, that's very important to have anthropologists on board to to include and to better understand the context. So, yeah, thanks very much for your answer. Yeah, I look at the participants. If there's any other questions on the project, or on Lia's work on Fit for Food, from anyone. I also don't see the questions in the chat somehow, so I hope I did not miss anything. Yeah, there's a question from Nadira, yes? No, I see the raised hand. Maybe you cannot unmute yourself. That's good, I think. I think you can talk.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to thank Lia for a lovely presentation. I really liked the visuals and everything, and the topic is very relevant for Bauhaus Bites project. So we are definitely going to connect with you.
It's nice. Well, happy to hear it's aligning well. But yeah, of course, very happy to connect with you and see how we can also change, well, maybe also views, or to have a ongoing conversation. Yeah, very happy. Thank you.
Thank you.
And maybe also we have 1 minute or so to advertise your little event tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
So if you want to say a couple of words,
yeah.
Yes. If you want to say a couple of words about it, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, we have our own webinar tomorrow. So Pierre is then our guest, so it's nice. We have this interchange. So the webinar will indeed also will show also the diversity of what we are doing, because there will be presentations not only from our team, but also from people working with the team, which is quite nice. So the stakeholders themselves, and it will range indeed from talking about new seeds to how to connect the period farmers to how to work with schools. So it's really the full picture. Let me see if I can very quickly put the information in the chat. That would be nice, of course.
That's an open webinar, right?
Yep,
Okay.
definitely. Yeah. Let me see if I can quickly do it. Otherwise, maybe.
I can also do it. So no worries.
Yeah, maybe yeah. If you can do it, that would be great. Thank you very much for helping us to reach more people.
No worries at all. Thank you very much for presenting, Lia, and we'll wish you a very nice rest of the day then.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Have a very productive meeting.
Okay,
See
thank
you.
you. Bye-bye.
And now we will move on to Kirstgen from Fraunhofer, who deals with Foresight from our project. You should have the capability to talk now, Anna.
Yes. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Crystal clear.
Perfect. Good. Thank you. Good to know. And I only have a laptop at hand at the moment, so let me have a quick look. So, can you also see the presentation now?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So, hello everybody. Nice to read a couple of unknown names. My name is Anna Kirstgen from Fraunhofer, ISI, the Institute for System and Innovation Research, and we are a part of the Foodcityboost project, work package 5, and we care deeply about foresight and bring the foresight aspect into that project. So just to give you a brief overview about the project or our work package in particular, we will what we did so far is we did a trend analysis in the first task, and then the stakeholder trade-off analysis, meaning a stakeholder type mapping in the second task. That was of importance for us in order to engage the relevant peer groups. Within the task 3, the transformative narratives, where we started and actually also finished building scenarios. And now we find ourselves in task 5.4, where we are actually engaging with people interested in urban farming and also to several degrees proficient in that matter. Yeah, just to showcase a bit the work that we've been doing, we started off with the trend analysis, as I said, so that contained horizon scanning. We did a semi-automated horizon scanning, scanning articles from news sites, but also Web of Science and Scopus, and we tried to identify emerging trends in that field. And we came up with a long list I think we scanned about 94,000 articles regarding the matter of urban agriculture, and continue to categorize and also prioritize those trends, and to give us a better idea what will there of relevance in the future when we talk about the topic. And this is the result of that scanning. So we came up with 104 trends, categorized by social, technical, economical, environmental, and political. And it is to give you an overview about things that could be of interest for you, and also give you a better understanding of aspects that are driving the future in that topic. For us, it is also really important to state that it is urban agriculture as it works within the city pattern, and touches on sustainability matters. There's a lot of different fields that are actually combined, and we wanted to broaden the field because there are so many stakeholders involved also in decision making, that we didn't want to purely focus on urban agricultural trends, but also what's around there in order to make it work. And we published those results in a brochure last year. So if you're interested in that, I'll have a QR code later on to have a look at the work, because obviously within the 10-minute time frame, I can't present you all the things that we've done. Alongside with those trends, we also went into deep dives, and I'll just give you an idea of what we mean. So trends that we thought were particularly important when we talk about the future of urban agriculture, went into a deep dive. So we had a little briefer look at things and also an expert opinion to, yeah, give some more insights on that topic. And I'd like to show you one of the deep dives that we think is really important, even though it's not an urban agriculture topic at core and at first sight, but it really shows how the things are going together. The trend is called Third Places, and it is about creating community in urban life, meaning when rents and prices for land are continuously rising in cities, the private space for people will be shrinking throughout the period of time, then meaning that you'll have to find other ways of creating your free time, what to make out of that between work and living at home. And this is a field where also urban agriculture and community gardens can be of interest. So if people can't really spend that much time at home anymore, where do they go if they do not want to spend money for coffee while sitting outside? So see, this is also how urban planning trends actually refer to the topic of urban agriculture. And for example, in community gardens, you can see that. Another trend, just to open up the view a bit, is water allocation priorities. So we've heard stories about the European South, where water management in summer already is a problem. For example, the city of Barcelona try to reduce costs and to smarter allocation systems, be more aware of their water use as there are droughts in summertime. And this will also affect urban agriculture or can have an effect on urban agriculture in future in terms of course, on watering the plants, but also what can be done in the fabric of the city to make urban agriculture an asset. And there, another term from the urban planning perspective, like the sponge city, is a topic that could be of potential interest for urban agriculture as well. Aside of the eatable city and what plants that we are actually planting in the city fabric when we are thinking about how to make our cities more sustainable and also cooling in summer times. Yeah, so the next step we then did is we went from trend to factors to scenarios. This is where the actual scenario process starts. So out of those 104 trends, we bundled the most relevant that if we have identified to those factors. And in the end, we ended up with 19 factors at the beginning. We had an expert meeting at the consortium meeting of Foodcityboost last year, where we added another factor. And those were the most pressing ones that we were to consider in the scenario. And then we started the scenario process, which you have to imagine as sort of a future funnel. So we are at the present at the moment. The funnel opens up towards the future in terms of possibilities. So we have like a wide range of possibilities outside. Possibilities, not plausibilities, really important to us at this point. And we developed assumptions for each of those factors to broaden up the field and span out that map of potential developments in the future that have to be taken into account when talking about urban agriculture. Which then led us to the 4 scenarios. That is a result from the third working package. And I'll just quickly guide you through those scenarios. So we have a scenario A that we call the sustainable scenography, eco-scenario cities, meaning urban agriculture has a part in that scenario, but however is used for rather showcasing perspectives. So you could call it lighthouse urban agriculture project, but they haven't really made it out of the niche. It is nice to have those projects, but they haven't really gotten into the wide. The second scenario would be green autonomy, meaning empowered urban living at a cost. So you have a really, really wide variety of urban agriculture implemented into the city, going from low tech to high tech, but it comes at a cost in terms of the food produced is rather pricey and it's not accessible to everybody. So the idea and also the look of the city within that scenario is great, but it is also somewhat exclusive since everybody cannot afford the access to the food that is produced in that sort. Scenario C, patchwork production, meaning fragmented local food practices, is really driven by the stakeholders. It is also a matter of resilience in terms of rising prices, going from energy harvesting also to growing your own balcony on food. And we called it fragmented and patchwork because people really rely on personal interest and also personal engagement in terms of trading and selling and building that food cycle. So it's not policy driven at that moment. And the fourth scenario is a high-tech circular city, meaning adapting systems, not habits. In that scenario, which is, as the title already says, high-tech driven, the space in the city, the rare spaces like rooftops and also leftover plots, if you want to call them like that, are used for high-tech in order to go max in terms of maximizing food production in the city. But this really keeps the social aspect of the whole idea rather out. And you have different constraints coming up regarding energy and energy availability, and also the concurrence of space when we talk about the rising rents in cities again. Yeah, just a very, very brief overview over those scenarios. And after that, we started sort of the last phase of the project, and we started off with the Urban Futures Food Navigator, where we thought it would be also interesting if people a part of the project who didn't participate for whatever reason or were the call at all, had the chance to actually experience what we've done with that work and to give them a better idea where they are standing today. So we came up with a little questionnaire, and you answered some questions, and on the right hand side you see the board game where you can do little steps within those pattern in order to find out where your status quo at the moment is, based on the scenarios that I've described previously, and also what you can do about it if you want to change scenarios, how to improve either within the scenario, but also how to make your way in a scenario that is rather preferred to you. We didn't do it online, but rather in print. We're thinking about doing it online as well. But the thing is, as we are talking about the urban farming community, we really wanted to make it available also on site in a community that you can talk with the people, but also, you know, stand wherever in a community garden or on a rooftop to discuss the very situation that you're in at the moment. So this is part of the second brochure as well. And now, with a little time left, I'd like to give you a little outlook. Actually, today, in parallel, in the next room, we are having a workshop in Oosterwolde, close to Almere in the Netherlands, with our Living Lab partner. And this is a transfer to the last task of the workshop, where we actually start doing visioning and ideation processes with participants. And we first like to talk with them about their preferred future, regarding their own community, their own food community, and also what to be done to make it more resilient and also more sustainable and successful overall. We do that via 3 steps. So we start with the food navigator that I've just shown you. Then we start to collectively create ideas of tomorrow or for tomorrow, because it's really important that you do not have like a personal private idea, but that you also share it in the group in order to, you know, formulate a goal and go there together. And then the third part is the vision idea in terms of how does it really look and how do we get there. And as we are aware that we are having that we are having 6 living labs within the project, and that's also, of course, very interesting. But there are so many more initiatives out there. We are now thinking about using those workshops in the living labs as sort of a test run and try to conglomerate the results in terms of a box later on in the project, so that people that didn't have the chance to participate within the Foodcityboost workshop will have the chance to recreate that workshop or that approach to preferable futures for them at home. And that would be the next step of the project, but we are not there yet. So it's just like a rather a collage of things that we would like to do as the last step of the project. And if you have any questions, let me know. Oh no, sorry, I still have some takeaways. I forgot about those. Do we still have time for the takeaways? Because I'd rather have questions
Yes,
than...
go ahead, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so the takeaways, I mean, it's been a wild ride because there's lots of things that we've done and only little time to present those. But I'd just like to share some that we think are really important. And one of those is, as I mentioned in the very beginning, urban agriculture is by far more than food production. It is definitely part of urban transformation. So it's really, really broader than that sense. And also, I'd like to highlight that there's no single future. So even in cities, the different scenarios I showed you earlier, they can all occur next to each other. So it's not purely the one way or the other, but there's different aspects that are pushed in different regions of the city. So no singularity there, but rather broad pluralism. Then it's really important to understand that we create the future that we want to have by the decisions we make today. So it is really necessary to have a plan how you actually would like it to look in order to start steering towards that future now, because also when we talk about urban planning, it's long-term processes. Taking that into account, really, it is a step-by-step process. And urban agriculture deserves a bit more awareness because it can become a strategic leverage point, also in terms of resilience and sustainability when we talk about heat islands, water allocation, the plants we use, and how we shorten the food supply chains. And the last, but probably most important point as a takeaway that I'd state is it is really important that we start with those key challenges and moving towards implementation throughout coordinated actions, because there's so many stakeholders that need to be at the table, and it's really important to take that into account in order to make the concept of urban agriculture work. So aside of the obvious stakeholders, it's also worth thinking about the stakeholders that seem a little bit further out, but or even not really important at the moment, but those who will be important in the futures. And a good example, for example, with that are kids. Kids cannot really take part in those workshops at the moment, but creating awareness for the food that they're eating, where it's coming from, definitely can be a driver towards the future that we desire when talking about urban agriculture. Okay, and now we have the brochures with the QR code if you're interested in that. This is us. We'd also like to be in touch with you and talk, and but for now I'm really happy to answer your questions, and I'll stop sharing my screen. So
awesome. Thank you very much, Anna, for your super nice presentations. If you stay with us a couple of minutes, I would like to see if there's anybody that has a question about your presentation, but even maybe we have also some time before 12 to open the discussions towards even maybe what I put in the program as the potential fate of somebody missed the scan of the QR code, but we can open the discussions for the contribution of urban agriculture to the future cities. I think that would be something relevant. So I don't know if there's any questions from the crowd besides the QR code. And also, if you really want to, don't hesitate also to reach out to us if you want the brochure and so on. So if you miss Anna's email or her colleague's Björn's email.
Wait a second, I'll try to Jesus. So I have so many bars open at the moment that I can't really reach out to that point, but wait a second, I'll try to do it so that you at least have it in a smaller version. Okay.
It works, huh? the smaller version on my computer at least.
Okay. Okay, good. Now.
Perfect. And I have a little question for you to kickstart the discussion, maybe. You have the scenario, which is about these fragmented patches of urban agriculture. And I was wondering if this scenario, it fits a urban context of kind of a degrowth, or the cities collapsing and the number of inhabitants are actually decreasing a little bit, like what's happening in Detroit, where the industry left the city and then people reclaimed the land there.
That's actually a really good example, and also quite contrary to the one that I had in mind now. So that's great how you can see how it really implements in different sort of cities. Yeah, for example, Detroit is a great example to see how people reclaim the city. Also, on one hand, this is one movement. On the other hand, you could also state that with a lot of jobs that have gone elsewhere in the US, and the need to actually still provide yourself with food, it is also a matter of saving money when you start growing your own food. So you have the availability of the plots, but you also have, like, broader situation that sometimes doesn't guide you towards urban agriculture out of pure pleasure. And that fragmented idea, you could also state, like, with rising energy costs and also rising prices throughout Europe, that's another point. So people are more aware of where they're spending their money towards, and this, really sort of brings up the whole discussion and also the actual doing of balcony power plants, the solar panels that are popping up now in the streets, or the tomato plants. It can be driven by several factors. It could be that you have all of a sudden next door an open plot, or even the need to save money.
Okay, interesting. Thank you very much. I was wondering, as a Foresight expert, do you dare giving some predictions of the future? Like, do you see a bright future for urban agriculture in Europe, or no? And or under which condition? I'm curious about that.
So we are discovering possibilities, not plausibilities, and therefore we do foresight and not forecasting. And I'd say, I mean, there's definitely windows of opportunities, but you can't say, the one way or the other one will be thriving. It is such a fragmented field, and we just try to inform the peers or the people that are interested in order to make the best decision they can upon the status quo that they're standing at the moment. But it's really important to know the different options in order to form a strategy that fits best for you. And that's how I'd understand the foresight. So there definitely can be, but it can go in several directions. If we decide for different pathways, for example, also a reasonable attempt would be, we have in a lot of cities in Europe, we have rising rents. And it's definitely a discussion to be held in terms of, do we use it for urban agriculture, or do we use it for building cheaper housing so that the prices of rents will drop, in especially the dense cities? But keeping all those options in mind and be informed, and then making a decision upon that. That's where Foresight try to seek to be of support, if you want to put it like that.
Okay. Super nice. Thanks. Thank you very much. I don't know if there's any other question or any remark on what you just said from the crowd. So please don't hesitate to put a question in the chat or to raise your hand. That would be nice. Maybe I can come up with a very last question also, if you want to advertise a little bit, because this is a recorded webinar. So I think we'll be sending this to more people. So maybe you want to advertise a little bit your coming activities. I think you have something about ideation in neighborhood. Maybe that's what you're doing right now in Oosterwolde. What do you seek to achieve there? And where do you go also next after Oosterwolde?
So where to go next? So we will be in the living labs, and as there's the high season for farming, we are still sort of debating where it fits best within the next weeks and month. And yeah, I mean, within the project, we are doing this, of course, together with the Living Labs, but in a broader sense, we also really want to reach out to more interested partners. And even if because unfortunately funding is endless, we cannot travel Europe with the idea of those workshops. We would like to, give some sort of help with the toolbox that we are planning on making. And the idea behind that definitely is, first of all, based on the very situation. I mean, the people in the different forms and shapes of urban agriculture are the experts of their particular neighborhood. But where we can really help is to understand for them to understand where they're actually standing at the moment and where do they want to go as a group, and then taking all the different movements into account, what is the strategy best suiting for the approach. So we are not guiding the approach, but we are just really widening the view and trying to help to understand how to thrive the best way possible with all the environmental factors that are around that need to be taken into account to have a good, thorough, sustainable strategy.
Okay. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I think I'm really looking forward to seeing this toolbox that you're producing. I hope that's gonna be physically produced and sent around to many municipalities, because I think that's it looks like an interesting tool to think about the future of cities, especially in front of all the potential crises that we are experiencing right now, but also the ones that are coming at us. So I think that would
Absolutely.
be a very relevant tool.
Yeah, so, and that's actually indeed that's a goal, to have it like physically as sort of a board game, and to be used in different situations.
Okay, super nice. I think I don't see much activities because the stomach are probably starting to rumble, so we may come to an end. So I would like to thank you very much, Anna, for your time and for all this very nice perspective. And wish you good luck for the workshop with the stakeholders in Almere at Oosterwolde. And yes, and then for the participants remaining, we hope to see you this afternoon. We restart at 1 p.m. with some short presentation in the same format that what Anna has just done, 10-15 minutes for 4 presentation of Foodcityboost outcomes. And then after that, we have another session, the second part of the afternoon, which is all the other Horizon Europe project, all other project about European project about urban agriculture. So we hope to see you there. And I wish you all a very good lunch then, and see you hopefully at 1 p.m. then.
Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Because yes, we'll have also the recording, and more people have actually registered for the event. So I'm assuming a lot of people will watch the recording afterwards.
On that note, Paris, if you want to start, you can start.
Okay, I'm just gonna share my screen. Okay. Perfect. Can you all see my screen?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Paris Pencharz, and I'm going to present some research I did for Foodcityboost from the FoodE Amsterdam with Peter Verburg and Pierre Chopin, as we all know. And the research is entitled Socio-economic and Urban Form Characteristics Driving Urban Agriculture Development, a Spatial Analysis across 11 large European cities. So get into it. Okay. So as we know, cities exhibit large heterogeneity within themselves. Here we have a land use class map and a percentage of locally born residents map, just as a social indicator. And we can just see, also we know this from living in or visiting cities, but how much they differ in terms of their patterns throughout the city. And this is important for spatial and land use planning. And not only do they differ within themselves, but we also know that they differ between them a lot as well. So here we have a land use map from Stockholm, Paris, and Birmingham, and quite clearly the patterns of land use differ a lot between the three cities. And again, why am I talking about this? Well, we have urban agriculture, which I'm not going to introduce again. I think everyone here knows and I've been speaking about it today a lot already. But we have these different types of urban agriculture, and they've been a part of this urban fabric for a long time. But we still don't know where they are within this urban fabric, why, and what might be driving that existence. So that's what we're looking at today, a spatial study of urban agriculture. And we're going to look at which conditions might enable urban agriculture at a 1 kilometer square scale in large European cities. And why do we care about this? Well, I think a good starting point in general is to know where it is now, the distribution, how much, where within the city it is. And from there, we can find some patterns that might show us where it might emerge in the future. And is that where we would like it to be, or can we potentially change where it is? And yeah, that's good for planning. And ultimately, it comes down to who is benefiting. So the distribution of it, how much there is, which neighborhoods it's in, comes down to which people are benefiting from the access to urban agriculture. So how did we do this? Okay, first we had to choose our 11 study cities, and this mainly came down to data availability. We wanted geographic, climatic, urban form variation between all the cities within Europe. And mainly we wanted cities that had a large amount of urban agriculture so that we could run our analyses and identify these patterns that could then potentially be used for other cities as well. So that's how we got to these 11. And then I had to map and validate all the urban agriculture. So I performed a manual web scrape, identified all the initiatives I could find for each city, then went on Google Earth, went through every single initiative, and looked if it still exists, if it's functioning, if it has agriculture. And now from that data set, we could run our regression models. So we ran it for each individual city and then for all of the cities put together. And we had our urban agriculture count per square kilometer as our dependent variable. And then we had some socio-economic, land use, and urban form independent variables. So we were looking at the potential relationship between these variables and how much urban agriculture and where it is. So some results. We have just some mapping results over here. The top graph is showing how many initiatives there were per study city. We have Amsterdam and Paris with the most, and then Birmingham and Munich. In the graph below, we have the density of urban agriculture initiatives, so the average per square kilometer. And again, Amsterdam and Paris have by far the most here. Rome has the least. And in the image, the maps, we have a picture I made for my paper that just shows the distribution and mapping for each city. Okay, on to some regression results. You don't need to look at the values, but I just wanted to highlight some general patterns we found. This is for all of the city data put together. So we have a positive relationship with urban green space. Which means more green space equals more urban agriculture. We have negative relationship with locally born people and distance to city center. So yeah, more locally born people means less urban agriculture, and the closer you are to the city center, you'd have more urban agriculture. And then we also have in higher income neighborhoods, we have less urban agriculture. So these are general, of course, and I'm going to now go through each of them and discuss them a bit. So firstly, we have that urban green space offers the opportunity for urban agriculture development. So while I was doing my Google Earth mapping and validation, I did find that a lot of times you had urban agriculture initiatives within larger green spaces like parks. So in the images on the slide, I've highlighted or circled a few of these examples. Of course, this doesn't mean that every park has urban agriculture or that every urban agriculture initiative is in a park, but it is a pattern that's come up. And also some areas are just generally more green and they might attract certain people that prioritize green space and also might partake in urban agriculture. This is interesting because parks and urban agriculture are viewed as separate entities. They're both green spaces, but they have different functions and ecosystem services. So parks are usually public and they attract people for more passive activities like reading, recreation, eating, sunbathing, that kind of thing. Urban agriculture is usually more exclusive and it's more active. It's physical, it's social cohesion, you're meeting people, you're interacting with the community. So if you put these two things together, you're broadening and enhancing the services and visitation. Another thing that's important for urban agriculture here is you're also, by putting them together, they have the same zoning and management. So parks are usually more permanent, more protected land use spaces, whereas community gardens are not. So it's quite good for them to be able to get in on the protection of the park. Okay, next we have that urban agriculture was found to be more prevalent in lower value neighborhoods with fewer locally born residents. And this relationship is mostly consistent with findings from other studies. So these ideas have been more researched in North America, not as much in Europe. And there they've explored quite a lot how it interacts with social justice and gentrification in different cities. And it could be that we're really combating low food access, but it also could be that it's a symptom or contributing factor of gentrification. Our study could not really determine that, but the pattern is clear. So just in the figures on the screen, we have in the orange map, this is of Paris, we have the count of urban agriculture per square kilometer, and the green map is the average property price. And just visually, you can see that there was a very negative, like a strong negative relationship where, yeah, you can see the disparity between the two, which is interesting. And then in terms of locally born residents, community gardens have been found to be important places for immigrant communities, where they can have their cultural practices, maintain culinary traditions, some knowledge from their country of origin, and just connections to people and places. However, it has also been found in other papers that it can also be exclusionary to these people. So, yeah. Okay, finally, we have the intercity variability. So this is looking at all our individual city models. And here, what we can see is there are some consistent variables like urban green space and distance to city center. But in general, just purely by visually looking at this and the gaps in the table, we can see that there's not a consistent set of variables that are explaining urban agriculture. So there's clearly lots of other things at play. There's land use, there's policy, there's social structures, interactions, different cultures that we could not put in this model. So this is showing us, okay, we're getting a few general patterns here, but clearly we're missing part of the picture. And that is basically the general conclusion from the paper is that, yeah, we have low explanation levels, but we do find some general patterns which are useful. But there are considerable differences, which is showing us there's no consistent suite of conditions, which can also be viewed positively because it means, okay, we're finding urban agriculture in all sorts of places across Europe. So we haven't found, okay, it's specifically in this neighborhood. So that's kind of a good thing. And it's also showing us that we have more to be explored in terms of human behavior, community cohesion, policy structures, and social decision making. And yeah, that is everything. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much, Paris, for your presentation.
Thank you.
I would like to know if there's any questions from the crowd of participants on your analysis or your results. Please, you can raise your hand because normally most people are muted. So you can also put a question in the chat. Let me check the chat.
not much right now, it seems. So I have a question for you. You study large cities mostly. If you had conducted these analysis in middle-sized cities, do you think that you would have observed do you think that the same drivers would explain the location of urban agriculture? Let's say if you had mostly cities with around 100,000, 300,000 inhabitants.
Huh. I don't actually know. I mean, I guess these cities already differ quite a bit within their population. They're all above 500,000 people, but so considered large, but there's different levels of large, right, between them. I'm not sure. In my opinion, I do think it would change a bit the smaller you get, just due to proximity to commercial agriculture and like peri-urban areas. But that is really a hypothesis. Like I actually am not really sure.
Okay.
We can test it out.
Okay. Yeah, indeed. I mean, that's I guess that's complicated. We cannot really test it, but maybe some rules like the urban green space would be similar in other cities. I would imagine, but yeah.
I would think so. Yeah.
It'd be nice to investigate this. All right. Thank you very much for the nice presentation. And then please stay tuned, because then at the end of this round of presentation, we have some time maybe for a panel discussion. So I think would be nice to all discuss a little bit together. So let's go next to Anton from Zalf. Yeah, I can also let you introduce yourself. I think that would be best.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Pierre. And I have a different office setup today, so I am here at Zalf in the eastern part of Germany. Not in my normal office, so my screens are a bit all over the place, and I'm not sure about this microphone setup, but we will wir schaffen das, they say in German. We will do it. We will manage. So my questions to you first off is if I'm audible and if the screen is visible.
It looks perfect.
Okay. And although Zoom is telling me that I'm sharing the wrong screen, do you see the full slide?
We see the full slide.
Okay. Then past any technical difficulties, hello again. I'm Anton Parisi, coming to you from Zalf, the Leibniz Center for Agricultural Landscape Research. And today I'm going to share with you some initial results around food shed modeling. If I can find my mouse. There we go. So the methodology that we use is called the Metropolitan Food Shed and Self-Sufficiency Scenario Model. And on top of being a very full title, we have the model here represented. Maybe a little bit much for a slide presentation today. So I would break this down into the different questions that we ask. So we usually look in a geographical area, typically metropolitan areas, city regions, but that's not always the case. And we ask, how productive is that area? So how much food is produced or could be produced? And based on the population, how much food is eaten? And also what kind of food is eaten? So that connects to the crops, if we look back towards the food production. And the general question that we ask at the end here is around the potential that food production and food consumption can match for this area. And this is represented in a food self-sufficiency ratio. And this approach, the MFSS model, was developed in the working group I am at Zalf about 7 years ago with Ingo Zasada and a visualization from that paper here on the left. And most recently, been applied to the city of Munich in a report commissioned by that municipality or city by José Luis Vicente and Aneta Pior. And through this, between this 7-8 years almost, it's been applied to over a dozen locations. And in these different studies, we can ask different questions. And questions will be a kind of a reoccurring theme for this presentation. So generally, or one that is kind of the typical question that people want to know about is there enough land available to feed a city or a region? But we can also ask other questions, like how diets might influence this potential food self-sufficiency. Or we've also integrated other factors like soil quality, land tenure, supply chains a bit sometimes. Or more complicated, how can we better plan or design our regional food systems? And so for the initial results today, I can show you some visualizations of what we've done when applying this model, this food shed model, to 4 Foodcityboost living labs. So on the left, we have Wrocław in Poland. Below that, there's the Brussels Halle-Willorde area in Belgium. On the right, we have all of Bulgaria with some of our living lab partners in Sofia. You can see in the orange shape there in the west, and then Latvia below that with our partners in Riga in the larger orange area. And these maps are outputs that we can create from doing this food shed modeling. And how this works or what these are saying is really identified in that key on the right, the food self-sufficiency potential. If we zoom in to illustrate, we could look at Latvia and the city of Riga there, and then some of the surrounding municipalities. And so each of those shapes, each of those municipalities, we can see that there's relatively low self-sufficiency potential. And even without doing this, very mathematic analysis, we intuitively probably can guess that because cities, metropolitan areas tend to have higher populations and little to no farmland, where in other areas, rural areas, here dark blue, the municipality of Balvi is circled, and those conditions are reversed, right? So much smaller population, much higher farmland. And so that means that in this case, more than 750% self-sufficiency is theoretically possible. So the ability to feed all of the citizens in that area, or all the inhabitants rather, more than 7 times over. And while these are nice visualizations that are maybe good tools to talk about and understand food systems in terms of food self-sufficiency, like I said, what questions we ask influences how useful this modeling activity is. So we can also ask, what about in the future? So all of these maps represent current conditions based on current land and diets. Well, what about 2050? Typically, particularly in urban areas, we think that populations increase, although that's not always the case. Or what about different production systems? So if an area or a country or even the whole EU said we want to switch entirely to organic, well, we think generally that means that farms produce a little bit less. There's a little bit of a yield gap there between the conventional and organic. So does that mean we need more land to feed local populations? Or on the other hand, because we usually look at city regions and people say that regionalizing or localizing a food system can help take care of food loss and food waste, maybe that means that we actually improve or we're a little bit more efficient if efficiency is the goal. Or we can put all of these together. So a scenario here is looking into the future, organic production, taking food loss and food waste out of the equation. And this is one possibility where just with the visualizations, you can start to see some of the differences of what that means municipality to municipality. But for people on the ground, typically they want to know about local conditions. So if we take an example here of Latvia, I can show here the bar graph that has the different scenarios that we have looked at the most, which I mentioned already. And if we look at just one of these examples, the organic scenarios, this seems to be the least well-performing in terms of food self-sufficiency. But even then, in these scenarios, based on our calculations, the country should be able to feed or have a footprint of food production enough to feed twice its population. So if that's part of the conversations or the questions that people want to know, then that's potentially a positive message that they can work with. And also in FoodCityboost, we added some more conditions to our scenarios. So we asked, what about other forms of urban agriculture? So specifically intra-urban agriculture, things that are happening within the city boundaries. And we've integrated, at least for one of the initial test case, two types: allotment gardens, since these are historically and currently present in many cities, although there tends to be much lower production, lower yields. And then a completely different type of urban agriculture, rooftop greenhouses, which also have different yield or productivity levels, but tend to have issues in terms of site selection. And to return to Latvia, we've zoomed in here to Riga. And with some new maps, each of these individual shapes now represent neighborhoods of Riga. And map number 1 here shows with the green area what we typically would have looked at, so agricultural land. The second map shows rooftop greenhouse potential. The third, now we can see allotment gardens. And the fourth, we have a combination of these three, so all together. And you can see with the color key still what this means for neighborhood food self-sufficiency potential. And that's one potential outcome that might be relevant to members of a particular neighborhood. But we can also then take all of this information, these calculations, and look at the city as a whole. So with this, we can see almost, it might not even be visible on Zoom, but this urban farmland representing 0.3% of potential food self-sufficiency. Altogether, also with rooftop greenhouses and the allotment gardens, about 8%. So this suggests that in these different scenarios and looking at multiple forms of urban agriculture, there is the potential to feed up to 8% of the city's inhabitants. And this could be news for celebration for some folks who are working in these areas. If you look at the other side of this pie chart, the 92% that is food that would have to come from elsewhere, this is maybe leading to conversations of peri-urban food production or agriculture and food coming from outside of the city itself. And I end the conversation, the presentation today, with a couple caveats. So this highlighted text, I would like to highlight that results are awaiting validation. So like I said, these are initial results from the research. In particular, this rooftop greenhouse scenario is a very optimistic scenario. So that's been flagged from some people I've shared the presentation with already. But on the second point regarding validating results, I said that asking questions was going to be a recurring theme. And for when we've applied this food shed model in the past, we've had really fruitful and I would say very important conversations with local people, local stakeholders or actors on the ground. And validation isn't just about making sure our answers are right, but also about asking questions, figuring out if we're asking the right questions, and connecting people's hopes and priorities with the research that we're doing. And so with that, I say thank you.
Thank you very much, Anton. Are there any questions?
We have 2 minutes for questions, if there's anything. I have a little question based on what you just said at the end. You said that it raises a lot of questions. I mean, let me try to reframe the beginning of my question. This food shed model, it has been applied a lot, and you're producing very precise numbers about the potential for food self-sufficiency, and you're basically presenting the model. Is the main goal of the model to kickstart the discussion rather than producing an accurate assessment? And then I'm curious about what kind of questions arises in the conversation from the stakeholder or the local policymakers when being presented with those kind of results. Maybe you cannot unmute yourself. Maybe Chris, if you can unmute Anton, because otherwise it's a little bit unfair. He cannot answer. You don't know that, Anton.
Thank you. I tried to. Yeah, maybe I misspoke and said it raises a lot of questions. But to me, it's really the questions that are the usefulness of doing this type of research. And in terms of if it's an either or situation between having very accurate numbers versus I forget the second component of, maybe we should say, social relevance. I don't think that it's either or, because I know that when we've applied this into with local communities in Berlin and Brandenburg and in Munich, I showed one of those maps. It really is about trying to connect people's questions and priorities with well-researched data and modeling. So the research doesn't really change so much in how we do it. It's mostly what information gets integrated. And what usually happens is maybe we say different scenarios. So I know that we look sometimes into soil types. So in Valladolid, my colleague Jose Luis has done this, doing workshops with stakeholders to then have a conversation about how the ecosystem can match the agricultural systems, and finding, for instance, that maybe because of urban spatial patterns, but also because of soil conditions, it might make sense to have extensive livestock grazing further out where the soil is not as good, but near the river, this is maybe good for horticulture, fruits and vegetables. So that's one example. Also, I think in the map I showed for Munich, it was highlighted that they wanted to take out peatlands from the analysis, which might have accidentally gotten in there, or there might be land that's classified as agricultural, but they said, actually, we want to save the peatlands, or know what that does to food self-sufficiency. So the approach stays roughly the same. It's all about what questions are asked at the local levels. Yeah, I could give more examples, but I don't want to go on or take too much time.
No, okay, but maybe we keep some questions for the open discussions at the end, and especially I think that would be nice, for instance, to talk about the inclusivity of urban agriculture and so on. So maybe the food shed also we could benefit from your feedback on how food shed can be inclusive or not. So stay tuned, yeah, and then we'll move to the next next presentation, which is I think, I don't know if I have Maëlys or Charlotte actually presenting.
Yeah, it's me who is presenting. I can share my screen. Okay. Do you see it full screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hello everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. And so I'm Charlotte Liborio-Cornet. I'm an urban planning engineer specialized in urban agriculture, and I'm working for Astrodor in France. And I'm going to present to you the work we've done on the Foodcityboost project about innovation in urban agriculture, which aims to understand the current state of what is considered innovative now in urban agriculture and the future evolution of these innovations. This work is a collaboration between the University of Liège in Belgium and Astrodor and AgroParisTech in France. So first of all, the objective of this work was to understand what is currently considered innovative in urban agriculture through a state of the art. And so for that, we started from defining what we call innovation, and to do so, we used the definition of EOCD, which refers innovation as the process of introducing new or significantly improved products, processes, or ideas that provide better solutions and respond to identified needs. So in this case, innovation can range from a single practice as a combination of methods, as long as it addresses specific needs, as it is mature and adopted in society. And due to the multifunctionality of urban agriculture, we thought that in this case, innovation is not only technical, but could refer to a diversity of forms. And so we defined 5 main types of innovation in urban agriculture, which are the following. So agronomic, economic, environmental, social, and territorial. And regarding the definition, we defined also some innovation criteria. So in our case, we define innovation as something that is already operational and established, that is addressing a concrete need in the local context of the innovation. And innovation also has to generate a positive impact, either environmental, social, or economic impact. And finally, an innovation has to demonstrate sustainability and, of course, introduce novelty. So to conduct the state of the art, we conducted a mixed methodology combining theoretical and applied data with mainly a general literature research we did on innovation in urban agriculture, and also a global survey we launched to all urban agricultural stakeholders to also get insights from the ground on the innovations that could be conducted there. And so we found more than 100 of different practices that were considered innovative. And then we implemented selection process, iterative selection process to select only the most innovative. And to do so, we did this process also with urban agricultural international experts. And this led to the production of Sorry, this is not the right slide. Anyway, so this led to the production of a catalog of 30 current innovative urban agricultural systems in Europe. And because the aim of this catalog was to really show the diversity of forms that innovation can take in urban agriculture, we selected 5 initiatives per innovation types. So with the 5 innovation types I described before. And for each initiative or innovation, it's described in a double page. So on the left side, you can find the description of the initiative, and on the right side, the description of the innovation, with some details on the impact assessment of the innovation, some innovation details, and some information about how to replicate each of this innovation. And as I was saying, in our research, we found way more than only 30 initiatives. And so we also valued this work of all the data set we created from our research with the production of an interactive map of more than 100 innovative urban agricultural practices with the same 5 types of innovation. So this data is less detailed and less robust than the one that was presented in the catalog, but could still inspire different stakeholders. And also we wanted to also include in this interactive map not only European examples, but also international examples that could still be inspiring for the European context. So this map is more like a research tool for people who would like to get more insights on different ideas of innovation in urban agriculture. So after this first step of the state of the art, the question we wanted to answer was how to implement innovation in already existing initiatives. And to do so, we implemented a co-design method to develop urban agricultural prototypes. So to do so, the idea was to really start from challenge or needs that are faced on the ground, because the idea is that an innovation really needs to answer a challenge. So we work a lot with the living lab of the project for this task. And the idea was to start from the need or challenge they expressed, and also from the catalog and the state of the art we've done before to inspire ourselves, and then conduct co-designed workshops. So workshops with a collaborative method, which include different stakeholders, different types of stakeholders from the local context of each living lab, to design collaboratively prototypes, innovative prototypes that could answer the challenge expressed. So quite quickly, we conducted 3 different workshops. The first one was in Wrocław in Poland, around an area of an open air market that is already existing and being managed by a local cooperative. And the idea is that next to this open air market plot, there's an additional plot of unused green space that could be added. And so the need was to develop an urban agricultural project, including both the market area, the existing market area, and the new plot. And so the outcome is the following. So this plan, which represents a spatialization of the different needs and wishes of the different stakeholders around both the open air market and the new plot. So in this case, it's more about the social and spatial innovation by gathering different stakeholders around the same table to co-design a spatial plan, which integrates both food production, social activities, and circular resource management into a shared community space. So this is the first example of the workshop and prototype we did. The second workshop we held was in Sofia, in the Zadrozba garden, which is an allotment garden comprising 35 individual plots managed by gardeners. And in this case, the challenge was more technical and agronomic regarding the water management, because due to climate change, the context of Sofia, it's more and more difficult to access to the water. And so the challenge was how to redesign the water management of the garden to improve this water management. And the outcome of this workshop was an action plan for the collection and irrigation of the garden, which incorporates low-cost and adaptable solutions that were developed in collaboration with the gardeners, and is combining empirical and scientific knowledge. And then the last workshop we did was in Almere, in the Netherlands, in the specific area of Oosterwolde, which is a large-scale experimental district that places urban agriculture at the heart of its development model. And so in this area, each plot must dedicate half of its surface to food production. And so the dynamic around urban agriculture in Oosterwolde has been living for some years, but still faces challenges to take a step forward and become really successful in the area. And so the need identified was to identify the barriers and define the solutions to make urban farming successful in Osterworld. So to do so, we define different questions such as how to integrate urban farming into the local ecosystem, or how to make urban farming more economically viable in the area. And for each of these questions, we defined with the local stakeholders different action plans with the steps to go forward, the different actors to involve, and resources needed. And so in this case, we are more talking about a territorial and social innovation, which consists of bringing together both farmers, citizens, public services, and private sector stakeholders through a collective approach to propose a new way of thinking and offer a shared vision for the future. So these are the different innovative prototypes we developed in the project, and our current work is now on how to assess these prototypes with the overall objective of ensure that these prototypes will stay sustainable in the future and would fit for future conditions in cities. And so regarding these assessment methods, it consists of 3 main steps. The first one being how to implement these prototypes and make them proper innovations, and particularly analyzing the obstacles for implementation and how to overcome these obstacles. And so for this work, we are working with the Living Lab again. The second step is a prospective vision and how to ensure that the prototypes will fit in the future scenarios of the cities that were presented earlier this morning. And the third step is how to ensure that the prototypes stay sustainable in the future with a sustainability assessment using the Urbana tool that was also presented this morning. And so this is the work we are currently doing with the aim to produce kind of a guide to which presents how to think and develop innovative projects in urban agriculture. Thank you for your attention.
All right, super nice. Thank you very much, Charlotte, for the presentation. From the crowd, is there any question regarding what was presented from the design, the method? Yeah, I have then a little question for you. Yeah, I'm wondering, did you expect the prototypes that were produced with the different groups, or was it a surprise that you ended up with more large-scale prototypes than what maybe you had thought about initially? I think you're muted. I don't know. You need to be unmuted from Christopher.
Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have muted myself.
Right.
That's a good question. Actually, because we really wanted to start from the challenge faced by the living labs, we weren't expecting anything, kind of, but it was a bit surprising to us that in almost every case, the main challenge or focus quickly goes to governance and social issues. Because these are the main challenges that the living labs were facing. And this was really a common result from the 3 living labs we were working with. And so it was not intended at first that we would work more on social innovations, but it's what emerged from this initial work we did with the Living Lab, trying to identify the challenges. And most of these challenges were related to the social organization or the governance of their own urban agriculture initiatives.
Okay, interesting. Very clear. Thanks. Thank you very much, Charlotte. Also, please stay around for the more collective discussion.
Thank you.
And we're moving to the last presentation of the session. Marta Silla from Wrocław University. Yes, Marta, you're unmuted. Very nice. And you can share your screen.
Okay.
So at the moment, you're not in a presenter mode.
Am I now?
Now you are.
Okay, perfect. So hello everyone. Nice to see faces that I recognize, but also people that I recognize from other projects, and also urban agriculture related tasks. I would like to present here work that we've done together with Grzegorz Budzik, who is a PhD student here at Wrocław University of Environmental and Life Sciences. And we looked at urban gardens and mainly the allotments from the satellite and economic perspective, because we wanted to understand and be able to quantify other benefits that urban agriculture provides. And we focused on cooling benefits that I'm going to present today. We asked two research questions. One was, what is the local and city-scale cooling potential of allotment gardens across European city, and also the climatic zones? And the other one, the second question was more related to whether we are able to quantify in economic terms the cooling potential. And we did it for Wrocław municipality as a case study, but you can replicate it actually anywhere I hope in the world, but for sure in Europe. So we wanted to know to what extent allotments help to reduce cooling demand, and that also we translated into price at the end. So the first one about the cooling potential of allotments, we first looked how many allotments are there actually in Europe, how many countries have allotment gardens, and we delimited them using the Landsat and satellite information for FoodE, our functional urban areas in the EU. And then we also mapped along the allotments from the OpenStreetMap. We validated as much as we could manually and statistically the allotments that are classified in OpenStreetMap. And then we delimited the cooling zone. So how much of the cooling, how much of the area around the allotment they actually cool. And then we classify them based on morphological classification. So we noticed that, and also Paris mentioned it today, that allotments they're not always standalone creatures in urban settings, but they very often are parts of parks or close to rivers or close to other green and blue infrastructure. And then based on the location, we could say what is the potential for cooling and how many people are cooled within the cooling area. And the second question was about the cost. So when we are able to delimitate the cooling area, we could see which action of each allotment. We could, based on difference between the same type of building in a closest proximity that is outside the cooled zone, we could see what is the reduced energy demand in air conditioning because of the proximity to allotment that gives shade, and because of the evapotranspiration reduces the air temperature around it. And we linked it to cooling degree days, which is the proxy for the reduction in cooling demand, and that is almost linearly related to reduced energy demand and consumption. And that's how we calculated the costs.
So I'm sure you're very interested in what are our results and whether allotments are important at the EU scale. I would say they are very important, especially in countries that have a high number of allotment gardens, which is Germany is the country where you will find the greatest number and also the area of allotments, and then Hungary, Poland, UK, and Czech Republic. But also, if you look at the some of the cool zones, this is again the Germany, Hungary, Poland, UK. However, if we take all of the results together, we see that the cooling areas are almost, on average, let's say, 3 times bigger than allotments themselves, which gives us a really high cooling efficiency. And another argument that allotments are not only food, but also they provide cooling potential. They also, the average sort of cooling distance, like the highest that we could see the impact was 100 meters from the allotment edge. And we estimated about 4 million people to be in the cold zone of all the allotments in the EU. As you can see, in terms of effectiveness, it's not always so straightforward because, for instance, Belgium has the highest effectiveness, but we understand it as a cooling area being how many times it's higher than the cooling the allotment area. So that is very much related to how big and how distributed are allotments around the city. And because in Germany we have many but very big allotments, while in the UK and Belgium we have small plots but scatter around the city, and therefore their cooling potential is much higher. So on average, we can also say that 1 kilometer of allotments cools around 8,000 people. And the shape actually matters. That's why the Brussels and Belgium is perceived as so effective, because we have a lot of small allotments. We say that smaller could be perceived as smarter. It's just because there's a certain limit to it. Size further contributes to the cooling potential. Yeah, and then we estimated that about 10 hectare is the value of this of diminishing efficiency. So like the most efficient allotments are around 10 hectares. Yeah, in terms of beneficiaries, so still Germany, UK, and Poland are the highest in terms of number of people, but then we can see France and Spain, also Netherlands. The inhabitants of these countries, they benefit from allotments a lot. And also the number of beneficiaries of allotments is highly related in terms of climate zones. So the Mediterranean areas are also effective because the cooling is actually more needed there, sort of. And we looked at urban core and peri-urban areas to see whether there's any relation between that. And then we see that urban agriculture is about 25 more efficient comparing to peri-urban agriculture in terms of cooling, of course, not other benefits. And when we look at the different classes, so individual allotments were only 7% of all allotments in our data set, meaning that most of them are either, we call it green and blue infrastructure boosted or surrounded. And then the effects are even stronger because of the the green and blue infrastructure impacts. So we also need to be, so to account for the contribution of green and blue infrastructure. Okay, and in terms of money, we only looked at Wrocław and the cooling potential of allotment gardens. What we see, we noticed that the maximum cooling effect was about 2 degrees in temperature. What's maybe also important in terms of data that for the European scale, we use land surface temperatures, and here we use air temperature. So it's a bit different measure. And air temperature is supposed to be a bit better than land surface temperature. And when you have a local case study, it's more reliable to use this data. And then it also gives us the reduction in temperature. So we can, the maximum was 2% of change in temperature, but the medium was 0.3% of, 0.3 Celsius degrees of the effect of the allotments in Wrocław. We measured the cooling degree days reduction. So basically it's maximum minus minimum temperature, but that is above 24 degrees. So when you actually need cooling and you need to turn on AC, and that gives us how many hours that we can translate into days we need less in buildings that are closer to allotments. And therefore, we could also say that that how much of the kilowatts they reduce of the need of electricity. So then annual cooling cost savings, they hit around half a euro per square meter of a building, which seems small, but when you look at when you take a single allotment gardens all together and all of the buildings within the cooling zone, it could be up to 15,000 euros per single allotment of annual savings. So then it makes a difference, and then also it increase over time due to the increase in saturation of ACs and also the cost savings because of the cost prices. We looked at the years 2014 and 24 because of the data limitation that we had. And our conclusions from these two studies is that when allotments match other green and blue infrastructure, they can be even better, but they are at the same level in terms of effectiveness. And they also provide food. So the multifunctionality of urban agriculture is therefore should be emphasized. And then cooling efficiency varies, of course, between different urban areas. We see the greater cooling efficiency in the Mediterranean cities, but also in UK when there are many smaller in allotment. We call them complexes, so many small plots. And then allotments are distributed differently in all of the urban centers. I didn't mention it, but we looked at climatic zones, and with the only 5% of the allotments were in this the hottest, the highest heat risk areas, so mainly the city centers, when they would have the biggest effect of cooling. And they of course reduce the cooling costs. We think that urban planning should prioritize allotment placements near dense urban areas. So the one when the risk heat island effect is the highest. And the optimal size would be between 3 and 10 hectares to mitigate urban heat island further. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Marta. Super nice presentation. Very interesting in terms of concrete results. Yeah, is there any question on the participants, on the methods, or on the results from Marta's presentation? Anything you would like to know more? Maybe if there's no question, I would like to kickstart a collective discussion, maybe for the coming, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes, let's say, with all the presenters. But maybe I start a bit with you, Marta. So today we're celebrating the new European Bauhaus Festival. So that's one of the satellite events. And we know that the Bauhaus, they have their different principles to have an urban environment which is aesthetically pleasant, beautiful, which is sustainable, maybe referring to the environmental impacts particularly, but also inclusive. So it has to be inclusive, and maybe we can think about inclusive in the sense of you access it, but also maybe inclusive in the way that you don't get the negative impact of it. And when I think about the cooling, we know that very often people are some minorities, they can be more impacted by some disservices produced by the urban environment. And I was wondering if this is something that you have looked at for Wrocław, if you have any idea whether people are that from vulnerable groups, they are unfortunately less benefiting from cooling services in the municipality, or maybe you're muted. Chris, maybe you could unmute the presenters. I see something moving.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's a really good question. Yeah, at the EU scale, we didn't include that because of the lack of data. But for Wrocław, we looked at individual buildings actually. So buildings that were within a cooling area of each allotments, and for that this is sort of sensitive information who lives in each building. However, at the district scale, we could assess the how cooling is provided for different economic or socioeconomic groups. We haven't done that yet, but thank you for this suggestion. And yeah, we plan to include that that could be a factor.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe also other presenters, Charlotte. I noticed that also there's I was wondering how did you ensure for some of the prototype whether it was inclusive. For instance, I saw the market in the prototype in Poland. There's a Ukrainian refugee center in the location. I was wondering if you managed to have people representing these vulnerable groups in the design process, or how you accounted for that. If you have any insight on this.
Yes, this is a good question. Regarding the including inclusiveness in our method for the workshop, it was really into the collaborative method to have a diversity of stakeholders around the table. So we tried as much as possible to engage different type of local actors. So the stakeholders managing the urban agricultural place, of course, but also citizens from the neighborhoods, neighborhood councils, local artists, different types of people. For the specific example of Wrocław, we had the presence of someone from the medical center that is just also across the site. And for the refugee center, sadly, we couldn't engage anyone during the workshop, but that was highlighted as one of the conclusions of the workshop, that it would have been better to have a person from this refugee center. And we learned quite recently that actually the center is no more on this particular building. But yeah, this is something we try to implement, but we were also sometimes struggling with the local constraint to engage everybody. It's one thing to invite them, but to really manage to engage them in the conversation, it's always a bit more difficult.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, that's interesting to also, we want to engage group that are maybe grounded in the neighborhood, but they are actually also in an unstable situation. So actually they may disappear and be displaced somewhere else. In the case of this refugee centers, that's I think a good example of what can happen.
And also just about the workshops, so we try to engage as many stakeholders as possible. We highlighted the ones that we hoped were there but could not. But one of the outcomes also of these workshops that was quite shared between the 3 living labs is that these workshops we held were the first step to create a local dynamic, create or recreate a local dynamic. So hopefully there will be more meetings, workshops organized by the local partners. And so in this case, I know in Wrocław it's the case, they are trying to engage also more people along the time. So yeah, it was also a first step to a more general dynamic that is trying to include everyone.
Yeah. Interesting. Maybe indeed you need to build the local trust in order to have more group of people kind of joining, maybe a snowball effect, if I can call it this way. Okay, nice. Yeah, maybe I'm curious also, Anton, how the food shed, or how it can potentially include also, or if that's part of the conversation among your group, this food shed modeling approach, how it can how inclusivity or how different groups can be taken into account in those kind of approaches.
Yeah, I would say the things that I presented today didn't reflect anything with this bottom-up participatory work that we do when we engage in food shed modeling. So one answer could be that, well, now it would be on us to approach different community members in these different areas, and say, hey, here's an analysis of potential food self-sufficiency for the city region. How else can we adapt it? Sort of, what questions could we integrate that make this more useful? But one thing that I have on my desk as a to-do item for this would be to look at one sort of topic that has recurred in other workshops that we've held, not for food shed modeling, and that's the loss of farmland in the peri-urban area. And so we know from conversations with people in different cities that this is a topic that people are concerned for, not just for food self-sufficiency, but because the modeling that I presented today is really about food security frequently. There's this component of food sovereignty that could be, and I believe should be, integrated. So this is maybe I didn't hammer this point at the end of my presentation, but the questions can't just be how much food could we produce, or do we have enough food? This is important, but it's also researched in so many different ways by so many different disciplines and scientists. When it comes down to implementing the insights from our science, it's really, okay, how do we make decisions about this? How do we equitably distribute resources? And yeah, so that would be, I guess, my multifaceted, complex way of answering your question. talking to local people, looking at the local issues that are important, and emphasizing food sovereignty.
Okay, interesting. You mentioned who is being involved in those food production activities, and then I wanted to ask also Paris about your analysis, because it shows that that actually people with migrant background, I don't know if we can call that, I think that's very that's not a good framing, but people with that come from elsewhere originally are more involved in urban agriculture initiatives. Do you think that's the interpretation that we should give, that maybe people that could be perceived as vulnerable group, like I think everybody can agree that maybe those migrant groups, they are part of this, are actually more involved in urban agriculture? Or is it a wrong interpretation from me?
I don't think it's a wrong interpretation from you in terms of what the results showed, but because this was purely a spatial analysis, it's just showing where the initiatives are in terms of, okay, maybe they are in neighborhoods that have more, like less people that were born in the country, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're the people that are participating in the initiative. So that's also a bit difficult, and we've seen that clearly in Amsterdam, I think, like personally. And I mean, Pierre, I know you're asking this, but you also, we have a master's student working on that now, doing surveys of people who actually participate in the garden, and then we tried to get people who live in the neighborhood and don't participate, but I think a bit like everyone's saying, it's kind of difficult to get some people to participate in these studies, and it's often the people that we're actually interested in, but they aren't as interested in participating, which is fair, but then difficult to make these assumptions and conclusions. So I think, yeah, that's what my study, it was just showing, okay, they're found more in these neighborhoods, but I'm not sure if we can make the assumptions of the people the same with if it's in a lower income neighborhood, it's maybe not necessarily used by the people in the lower income neighborhood. So it's a starting point, but it's also showing maybe spatial dissonance, so there would have to be a further study, but still interesting. But I will say, even if, sorry, they're not partaking directly in the initiative, the fact that it's found in these neighborhoods that are maybe more lower income or less locally born people, they're still getting indirect benefits like mater, like cooling benefits, or just greenery, ecology, that kind of thing. So it's still good, I guess, in a way.
Okay, I think that's a very good point to mention, because yeah, maybe they are not the one included or participating actively, but they get some positive benefits. Maybe they also get some of these services also, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But hopefully the benefits for the surrounding is more positive with urban agriculture than negative. Fingers crossed on that. Yeah, I wanted to ask the participants if somebody else also want to react on this inclusivity. How to best ensure it in our research about urban agriculture. I think that would be interesting to hear from other project participants. In other project this morning, we had Lia van Wesenbeeck from the Vrije Universiteit that mentioned how having partner locally grounded for decades was actually really helping in reaching out. In her case, she was explaining that she wanted to have more the involvement of people with disabilities in urban agriculture. So I think that was very interesting. So yeah, I don't know if anybody wants to say something, add something, or if this is a hanging question that will not be solved or partially solved for today. Yes, indeed, Chris, that's good that you remind this to the participants to raise their hand in this React tab, or to write down something in the chat if they wish to add something to the conversation. But if there's anything else, we can also reverse it a bit, and when we'll have the other project representative, presenting, then we can throw some question about those living lab and local people involvement. I think that would be very nice to benefit from your expertise. All right, it's 20 past 2. I think if I'm correct, we're restarting at 15 to 3. So is it this? Yes, in a little bit less than 30 minutes. So I hope that the Food City boosters, they stay tuned for the last session of the day. That would be nice. And then otherwise, basically, we all gather back at 2:45. So thanks for your participation, and thanks for the presenters for making the effort to present this again after the consortium meeting last week. See you soon at
Thank you.
45.
Thank you, everyone. See you in
Thank you.
25 minutes.
31st of March officially, but of course this date doesn't it doesn't have too much meaning for us, because we are closing the project, and also most importantly, the activities are actually not just ongoing, but they are developing on the pilot sites, as you will see. So I was listening. I was joining this today's event from the morning session from the beginning, and I think there is a lot of similarities and a lot of problems and challenges that we encountered in similar, let's say, projects or participants. For example, I mentioned this Feed for Food living labs. I think they had quite some similar, I mean, not totally, but similar activities. So I think I would focus on the pilots in my presentation, because you will see what we've done, but the most important part is, of course, the actual happenings and developments on site. So I will share my screen. You can see, right, the slides.
Yes, we can. Yes. You're not in a presenter mode completely, but we can see 90% of the screen, basically.
Okay, sorry. Yes, because I made a PDF, so I don't know.
But I think you can take 20 seconds to try and make it bigger. But this way is also, I think, good enough, I would say.
Yeah, let's try. But it's too big like that. Or actually, I can even try with the... I can try to do it, the presentation. Yes. Okay, maybe it's better now.
Perfect, okay. Yes.
So our project, Co-Farm for Cities, it has this very long title, but the main points are to create a sustainable model for urban fridge farming, because all of the 5 project sites or pilot sites are in the outskirts of the cities, in Central European cities, and also by this to implement these pilots and urban farms, we wanted to create an effective tool to prevent the urban sprawl. So that was the main goal of the project, the ultimate goal, and also to enable transition to the more sustainable food system and society. So these are the keywords of our project. The challenges that triggered the project, actually, the urban sprawl and pressure on peri-urban agricultural land, as it was said, it's not just in Central Europe, but I think in most parts of Europe it's a very pressing challenge. Also, the biodiversity loss, soil degradation, threatening of the food systems and food self-sufficiency was in a lot of presentations. We mentioned from the different aspects of these problems, climate change impacts on cities. It was just presented by Wroclaw, the cooling effect, beneficial effect of the urban farms in demand for cultivable urban land, which kind of exploded since the COVID pandemics. Here in the picture, you can see, I just put as an illustration the wider area of our Óbuda district pilot site, which is somewhere in the middle of this block. It's already a garden area, but all around, except where is a natural area like forest area, all around this it's an extensive urbanization. As you can see, the plots, it was developed in the last, basically in the last decade and a half around the project area. So I would just quickly mention that we are 9 partners in this project from 5 countries: Turin, 2 partners from Turin, 2 partners from Croatia, leading with Zagreb, 2 partners from Slovenia, and 2 partners also from Hungary, and 1 partner from Krakow, Poland. The structure of the project was quite simple. I would say we had 3 work packages. First one is for to do the assessment work, so kind of preliminary, not just on the pilots, but also in general about the farming, urban farming outlooks and trends in the Europe and beyond. And also this was for the developing the land use model and city level action plans. But maybe the most important was the second work package, which was about actually the testing and evaluation of the scenarios that we previously developed for the pilot sites. And of course, there was the third leg was the stakeholder engagement and replication work package, which all lead to create the kind of main product of this project is the land use model and also the city level action plans in the 5 participating cities. So we had 5 pilots in 5 Central European cities, and each has a specific focus. There were overlappings, of course, but yeah, that was the project designed to try different things. So we can even say they were kind of, or they are still at least in the upcoming 5 years in the maintenance, but hopefully much more beyond, kind of urban, focusing as urban labs. So in our district, 3rd district, it was the first urban farm in Budapest. We established from the scratch, and yeah, it was actually a top-down approach because it was initiated by the municipality due to the specificities of the site. So we are still in the process of building the local farmers community. Whereas in Turin, in Italy, they are testing circular elements at their farm called Cascina Falchera, which was already an established farm, partially there, with special attention to water management, social inclusion, education. In Krakow, it's a mixed-use farm, so it's a combination of an urban farm and community garden with NGO management. In Zagreb, it's an urban orchard. It's the only one out of the 4 pilot sites with bio-waste use and for composting. And in Urbana, that's about educational farming gardens at school with an educational program. So I would like to go a bit into the details about each pilot. Not as I mentioned already, Turin was specific because they already had. So it's an existing Cascina Falchera is a traditional, let's say, farm in Lombardy. So they had already activities there, but they didn't have this kind of community farm. So they established community plots on 2,000 square meters and also smaller polygon for educational activities. So they want to develop basically their pilot as an urban agricultural hub. And also in their case, the social inclusivity is a very much in the focus. That was just discussed before our presentation. So they involve migrants and refugees and people from different backgrounds. It's very important in their project, but also water efficient irrigation and and educational elements as well. So you can see on this map, it's actually in the very edge of the city, but within the city borders of the Torino. Oh, sorry. In our district, you already saw this map. We had within this area, we have a block of municipal block of approximately 3 hectares, which was basically designated for agricultural activities, but it was not in use. So you can see in the picture, it was a very kind of derelict state with trash in a lot of the plots, because we faced there several problems there. So one of them is water, the problem of the irrigation, which is still unsolved. But the main questions was how could be derelict urban areas reused and reactivated through climate conscious solutions, and also new areas involved in urban gardening and agriculture. And that's why we chose this area, because this was originally designed for urban agriculture, but due to the unfavorable conditions, for example, the public transport connections are quite poor. It's not used. Also, the water connection is not solved, but for that issue, we choose to answer with the permacultural cultivating methods. So hopefully that will significantly reduce the water needs of our farm. In Ljubljana, it's about the education. So they established or upgraded actually a mini urban educational farm and 8 school gardens as well. Their trigger was how to further increase the level of food sufficiency in Ljubljana, because they have already, it's a very impressive 30% level of food self-sufficiency in the city of Ljubljana. So in the whole area, you can see they have already 1,000 development gardens in 9 areas. So they upgraded this educational farm polygon, and also, which might be quite nice, that they developed with the Slovenian arm of the Fund for Environmental Education and Urban School Gardens Teacher's Guide. You can use the QR code to scan to reach the English version, but it's available already in 5 languages and the participating countries. It's a very practical guide, and it can be used straightforwardly, right, easily with the elementary schools. In Turin, as I mentioned, they have a double innovation, let's say, because in there they have, you can see on the map on the right part, there is this kind of community garden, which is kind of playground, so it's accessible to everyone, whereas the left part is an urban farm, accessible only for the participating farmers. And also the novelty was the selection of the operator of this farm, because it's the first time they launched a public call for applications, basically to select an NGO who is running the farm, and so far it's very successful. That's based on the first 1.5 years experience. In Zagreb, we have with here Eva from Zagreb, who was the partner for the city. They have in the Sesvete district also, they have between the school, you can see on the map. So there is the big elementary school and the residential area that have the basically an empty area by the small river, and they established an urban orchard in this area with predominantly fruit-bearing trees. It's yeah, the testing I should mention here, but it's valid for all the pilots, that we established most of the pilot facilities or the farms were established either the previous summer, or in case of Zagreb, the last planting was done in this early spring. So the testing is ongoing with especially connect. So to have the long-term operational arrangements and involvement is still done. So we cannot say that we have definite answers for everything. So based on these 5 pilots, our task was also to develop a model which will be a blueprint for urban fringe farming and how to integrate it into city landscape, with the ultimate goal to stop the urban sprawl around the cities. We call it like UFSLU model. I would say I wouldn't go much in the details. It targets decision makers, urbanists, project managers. So it's a guide. We have there basically a guide you can see I just copied here the implementation framework. So we go through all the important and necessary phases of establishing an urban farm. So it can use those partners or municipalities or NGOs that want to set up a new urban farm or upgrade their urban farm, all kinds of aspects that they need to consider. And we have very practical recommendations, I would say, in this model. So city pilots here are presented as kind of solutions. It was a requirement by the program. Yeah, we have detailed practical recommendations, and finally, urban farming we see and elaborated as a spatial planning tool. So you can reach this model. It will be also available in all the languages, but for now in English in this project website, Co-Farm for Cities, in the output section. And yeah, as I mentioned, I think, yeah, I would end here. As I mentioned, it's an ongoing, despite the project already ended, it's an ongoing they are very lively and ongoing projects, because we still face practical questions and challenges in their realization and the long-term maintenance, long-term maintenance arrangements as well. As I mentioned, I saw very interesting. That would be very interesting to have inputs even during the project, but yeah, so we can and very interesting other examples for similar projects. So yeah, I think we should, or maybe the ongoing project Foodcityboost should somehow synthesize these or summarize the conclusion of all these, because I think it's very important for the newcomers to have such kind of support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andras. That was very nice, and yeah, I mean, I can see a lot of similarities between your design and the design, for instance, of prototypes that we have in our projects. That's looks very similar. Are you staying with us for the entire session?
Yes.
Yes, great. So something I will do is that I will go to the next presentation, but then if people have questions about your presentation afterwards, they can ask them during the open session. Would that be okay for you?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, perfect. Then we move, just to keep schedule, we move to Nadira Verbeek. I think you're here because I've seen you today. So Yes, maybe you're unmuted. Perfect.
Yes, yes, I am. Thank you, Pierre. Let me just share the screen. It should be this one.
So Nadia, you're a senior advisor at the Norwegian Institute of Science and Technology, very up there in Norway.
Yes.
I guess you have a night of full light today.
Yes. This is a very nice period in Norway. So NTNU is based in Trondheim. So yeah, I will talk today about transforming urban and peri-urban food systems into sustainable, inclusive, and vibrant ecosystems within the Bauhaus Bites project that we are working on. And today I'm also delighted to share the floor with Eva from the city of Zagreb. So she will tell you more about the transformation that is ongoing in Zagreb. I would like to start with a short introduction of the project itself. So the project is an innovation action funded under the topic Unlock the Potential of the New European Bauhaus in Urban Food System Transformation. And we are now halfway through the implementation, so we have 1.5 years left. And the ambition of our project is to first empower residents and professionals to shape sustainable food environments by making healthy choices more accessible, available, and easy to adopt. In addition to that, we are also working to strengthen people's connection to local culture. And let me just try to move this. I don't know if you see it. It's annoying. Sorry. So we are also working to strengthen people's connection to local culture and food to build belonging and bring communities together. In addition to that, we are working to promote health and fairness by addressing food-related health issues, especially in low-income communities. And finally, we aim to provide clear guidance to help cities make better decisions on healthy and sustainable food. In Bauhaus Bites, we are co-creating 7 food environments. And these are urban and peri-urban ecosystems that commit to implementing sustainable, healthy diets, amplified by the new European Bauhaus values and principles, and fortified with nature-based solutions. So we have 3 trailblazer cities, Birmingham from the UK, Fundão from Portugal, Zagreb from Croatia, and 4 twins, Muška Sobota from Slovenia, Ostend from Belgium, Palermo in Italy, and Sarajevo in Bosnia and Herzegovina. In Bauhaus Bites, we integrate the key perspectives of European and global strategies, such as farm to fork, the planetary health diets, with the new European Bauhaus Bites, Bauhaus values and principles. So we are, in fact, offering a unique approach of reimagining food environments. So how do we actually work? First of all, we boost mutual learning through a community of practice. We document added value of Bauhaus Bites food environments with science-based indicators to inform high-level policy making. And finally, we summarize all the learnings, guidelines, and methods and examples in a playbook. By the end of the project, we will deliver 7 positively transformed food environments, and that will also result with 1,000 citizens that are reconnected and engaged with nature and healthy and sustainable food for their well-being, while providing multifunctional benefits such as biodiversity. I would use the opportunity to mention some of the key exploitable results so far. So those are Bauhaus Bites vision, trailblazer and twin action plans, along with the scientific article recently published in the Journal of European Landscapes. And finally, I invite you all, of course, to follow us on LinkedIn and visit our website. So now I'm giving the floor to Eva, and I will also flip the slides for Eva. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia, and thank you, Pierre, for unmuting me again. I didn't know I couldn't do it myself. So, I will just give you a short presentation. I'll tell you something about Zagreb because I'm sure not everybody is familiar with Zagreb. Just to give you a bit of a context, so Zagreb is a city that's between Central Europe and the Mediterranean. It's the capital of Croatia, a little less than 800,000 inhabitants, which is 20% of Croatia. With the Megbleto mountain to the north and Sava River to the south. A lot of green areas. So Zagreb has like 75% of the city is green, but it's not very well distributed. Some parts of the city are just green areas and some are not. And with continental climate. So next, please. In Zagreb, since 2013, we have implemented the Urban Gardens project, which is a scheme where we use unused, unbuilt city-owned land for gardening plots. It's a social measure and it's also a sustainable use measure as well. So the plots are being given to people free of charge. The plots are 50 square meters and the contracts are signed for a 2-year period. People can grow their fruits, vegetables, flowers, and herbs. Of course, they aren't allowed to grow any trees because they don't want to make shade for their neighbors. And this is how we actually came to the idea of a pilot action for the Bauhaus Bites when we were invited to join the consortium, and the whole concept sounded very interesting. We wanted to do something new. So next, please. So also I would like to just give you an outlook about the therapeutic garden, which we have implemented within the Horizon 2020 project, ProGREG. The therapeutic garden was built, well, it was built in a former industrial area, in former meat industry, in the middle of residential districts. So this was a step forward from the usual garden projects because there were many people who were asking for raised garden beds or for some kind of gardening place which is adjusted for people in wheelchairs, people with who are differently abled. So there are raised garden beds, there's a sensory garden, there's a reflexological path, event stage, and all kinds of places that can enable people in wheelchairs to be free and relaxed and to spend some time outside. So next, please. Okay, so now we're finally coming to Bauhaus Bites. We have decided to make a crossover of these two, of the urban gardens and of the therapeutic garden, in a way that we decided to take a common area on one of the urban gardens in the modernist neighborhood of Novi Zagreb, and we have decided to make something new, to make something that we don't have yet, and to make it worthy of the new European Bauhaus as a program, because that's it has to be community building. It has to have an aesthetic, but not just being beautiful, but actually being beautiful with the meaning. And it has to be sustainable. So we decided to pull in all of these things. And next, please. And then we organized a co-design workshop. So we already did this in Co-Fund for Cities project and in other projects. It has turned out that it's very useful if you want to have a project that's interesting to people, that people will use. Then you have to involve the community, you have to involve the future leaders. So here we have involved the children from the local school. We can involve the garden users. We have involved the Center for Rehabilitation. That's the picture to the right. Just stay there. With the people, the grown-ups from with various disabilities, and we also had one workshop with their therapists because they know practical things. So here we got the imaginary things and like the ambience that they wanted, and then on the other hand, we got the practical ideas from the therapist. So next one. And then we commissioned through public procurement this very nice landscape architecture firm, and they have. Well, we are very happy with the work they have done based on the input they got from the workshops. To the right, you can see the urban gardens with this this outlined area, which is the common area. So this is a little more than 1,000 square meters where all this has to be planned and implemented. So next one, please. And we wanted it to be, we wanted it to have an ambience, to be something that's pleasant for everybody who is included there. All the people who were at the workshops, and actually it's going to be an open space, so everybody who is interested can come there, can spend time there. So there's this sort of magical ambience like for children. Then there's an invitation of the nature with the houses for birds and drinking fountains for birds and bug hotels. And on the other hand, there will be raised garden beds, so that the people in wheelchair can go there. They can get their hands dirty. They can do something next to the gardens for the healthy population. So this is all an inclusive area for all kinds of populations. And of course, there's also going to be a stage for performances. So maybe you can go to the next slide, because here you can see actually what came out of all these of this mood board of these ideas. There's a stage, there's an area with benches and tables. The existing trees have been left on the site to provide shade. And there will also be a biodiversity meadow, places to sit, and some kinds of musical instruments and outdoor gyms. So we wanted to put everything that anybody from the area could be interested in. And of course, all this has to be sturdy, because we are aware that vandalism is everywhere. And well, if you do something that's not very sturdy, then you will have to repair it all the time. So actually, I was just telling Nadira in the Co-Farm for Cities, we just had our final visit by the first level control, and somebody stole the durable plug, so we had to provide another one. But well, yes, that's something that we have to be aware of. And yeah, so the next steps are actually finding and commissioning a company who can build all this in a way that it continues to be so inspiring. So it's always, from the mood board to something that's physically implemented. It's a process, and we want to keep all this magic in this process. But well, we will see that maybe in a year. So yeah, I think that's all from my side. And of course, if Nadira wants to add something, or if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Great. Thank you very much for the super nice presentation. And I really like the design for allowing disabled people to participate to the food growing. So that was very nice. Yeah, actually, we have a bit of time now. I see in the schedule, so maybe there's some questions right now on your presentation that from the crowd, or I'm guessing, are you staying with us for the entire session? I think they're muted again. That's a little bit difficult. This muting system. I don't know if I can myself ask to unmute.
Yes, I managed to unmute myself. I will have to leave you in 25 minutes because I have a baby waiting for me at home. So it's a good excuse, but I would like to stay. It's a really nice event. I wish we were more, but it's very useful, and I would love to share some of the findings with our colleagues from the Bauhaus Bites project. So we will get to that. It will be useful for us to use the results.
Yeah, I'm sure about that because everybody, for instance, everybody is doing some co-creation approach of all those design of urban agriculture. So it's almost like we could have some kind of I don't know, transversal methods approach of how everyone is doing it, and what are the good things and the bad things about these designs. So not only the outcome, because I think a lot of outcomes are very good, but also the process of reshaping those urban agriculture initiatives. So
I have 10 more minutes, so if if you want to ask me something, I don't dare mute myself again because then I will stay muted. So I'll try to keep it quiet here.
Yeah,
if there are no more questions, I can mute myself.
Okay, but maybe I can kickstart the question. I have one for you. How do you operationalize the principles of the new European Bauhaus when you propose those new designs? Do you have indicators of the beauty, indicators for inclusivity, or is just the principles that you have in mind and that you try to maximize constantly?
I would say the latter. Yeah. We were actually trying to find a company that could bring this. I don't really like using the word beauty because it sounds. It's more than that. Beauty is good, but it has to make sense. Beauty that makes sense. That has all of those. Not that beauty is bad, but it's not just that one layer. And as with inclusivity, well, since the therapeutic garden, we are trying to continue on that scheme that we think was very successful, but we think there is more potential to the topic. So we are trying to involve that in many other new endeavors and new projects that we are doing. So yeah, inclusivity means that you can have people in the wheelchairs who can be, or children with different disabilities who can feel safe in an environment. And especially as I heard from a therapist from one of those daycare centers for kids with disabilities, they say that usually these children are always protected from the environment, and a therapeutic garden is actually providing them with a place where they don't need to be protected, where they can touch the herbs that are not going to poison them, they're not going to sting them or anything. So in a way, bringing them together with a healthy population, well, that's inclusion for you, right?
I must say, I was not sure what was the therapeutic garden I thought about. Is it medicinal garden? Is it a garden for like a yoga retreat, or?
It can be anything, right? But this particular one that we did was designed with the idea of people with disabilities, people in wheelchairs, children with all sorts of mental difficulties, and adults and children with autism. So this is so anything can be therapeutic, right? That's true. That's very. I mean, I'm so used about talking about the therapeutic garden that I don't always think of saying what kind of therapy is there. So there are garden beds, raised garden beds, so people in wheelchair can reach and do something with their hands. There's a part with the aromatic herbs, so that they can touch. They can, these people usually have to be secluded from their surroundings. Then there's this reflexological path where they can walk barefoot while hanging onto the handrail. And the whole idea that this place is a bit secluded, it's a bit quiet, it's a bit safe, secure, with some kind of shade. So there are many levels, many elements, and you cannot have all of them, but you try to have those that make sense for a population that you want to bring there.
Okay, yeah, thanks. That's super interesting. Maybe I had a little last question, but also for Andras, if you want to give also your perspective on this, but it's how do you ensure the viability of those gardens in time? Like how do you make sure when you design them that in 5 years they are still being used? Is it a concern for you? And yeah, I'm also thinking in Co-Farm for Cities, you have all those designs. Yeah, I'm curious how you make them, how you ensure the viability in time, that they will still be used in 5 years, kind of.
Well, in our case, I mean, every pilot has, of course, different approach and different arrangements. In our case, we employ the farm manager who is also doing like a permaculture, so who is giving is a permacultural expert and also a community building expert as well. So we are helping to build a community, because there was also an NGO established for the purpose of managing the farm. So they basically now they rent the farm, but in the 5 years, in our vision is that we will have, because we have a lot bigger area than the actual current farm area that covers. So we want to bring maybe small businesses. We were talking with the school so they might have a school canteen, so they might have cultivation for a school canteen. So we want to have a kind of different mixed match of users, not just these community urban farm users. And also we want to gradually extend the area, like step by step out of this huge area. And also this means that we can gradually improve the facilities, and so provide people more better experience, let's say.
Okay,
Better
thanks,
con-
Anna.
better
How was
conditions.
it, Eva, in your case? Did you how did you how could you did you have the municipality supporting this and making it like something they would ensuring you that they would support this project, of this therapeutic project, or are you counting on getting more funding, for instance, or more community participation to make it more like robust or resilient over time?
Actually, I work for the municipality, so the municipality was a partner in the project, both the project with Andras and the project that we are developing right now with Bauhaus Bites. So I can give you for Co-Farm for Cities, I can tell you we have more experience. We have finally, we had some problems, but we finally built the orchards and as with the therapeutic garden, the key thing is to involve people early on. The key thing is to have users of a garden or whatever kind of endeavor you are planning, and then you plan it to suit their needs, not just of one population but of many. So if this is used, then it's in a way it's secure. And on the other hand, both of the project, both of the pilot actions are on the city-owned land, and it's going to be like the general management is going to be under the city budget. So the urban orchard is actually like a green park, and we have the city of Zagreb has this holding company that takes care of the city green areas, the public green areas, parks, forests, and everything. And they also take care of the communal part of the urban gardens. So it's just going to be probably a little bit more complicated to maintain, probably a little bit more expensive, but nothing is free. So from what I know, well, the city plans to continue supporting it and maintaining it.
Okay, interesting. I really that's interesting to know that Zagreb is a flagship city of urban agriculture development now also. So that's very nice to hear.
Sorry, I would just add that to maintain long term, like on 5 years or beyond 5 years, these urban farms, I think it's what is the experience of this co-farm project is either you should have a school nearby and then engage the teachers and the pupils as well, or an NGO. So we plan to gradually hand over the responsibility. So we are still holding their hands, but in these 5 years, so yeah, we are encouraging them to take more and more responsibility in our partners, like in Turin, it's done by a consortium of NGOs actually. So this their farm, Karsina Fakera, is run already, so they have an advantage in these terms. But also in Krakow, the NGO operator seems to be a good model for maintaining and on the long term. That's the institutional, because the municipalities are normally not running this kind of it's not good for long term to depend. Yes, support them of course, but not run the farm and not manage the farm on a daily basis.
Okay, that's interesting that there's this carryover of the initial design, of the initial movement from the municipality to some NGOs.
Even when it's a bottom up, so there are cases, of course, when it's not. In our case, it was not because of the area, but when the people, local residents, are demanding this kind of places, even then you should support them up to some until there is a stable managing community, let's say, not necessarily NGO, but mostly, and then you can gradually let them do the job.
Okay, interesting. Thanks for the details on this. That's super nice. So we'll probably learn now more about the viability of this urban agriculture initiative with Michele Dostuni's talk about his project, his redesign project. So Michele, you're an assistant professor, I think, at University of Bologna in Italy.
Yes,
and then I think you are coordinating the Redesign Horizon project, and you also worked on the FoodE project before. So a lot of things about urban agriculture. So yeah, we're looking forward to listening to you.
Yes, I will share both the results of FoodE and some of the work we're doing now in Redesign, which is the sister project of Bauhaus Bite that Nadira and Eva just presented. Just on a quick note to complete the discussion before, I sent you a link of the Green Me project, which is another Horizon project where we are involved in, coordinated by the Universitat Autónoma de Barcelona, which is on natural-based therapies. And we're doing several, we're testing actually a new EU-based protocol on natural-based therapy, especially horticultural therapy. And we're doing 4 rounds of testing here in Bologna in 2 locations where we also have the first official master in Europe of horticultural therapy. So if you're interested in that, looking for more collaborations on that, we're much more than happy to collaborate also on that front. I will share my screen. I will. Do you see? What do you see?
We see the slideshow, but not in a presenter mode right now.
Okay, perfect. No, that's great. Because I am on two screens, so I hoped that I could see you also while presenting. Okay. It's impossible. All right. Okay. Oh, you know, you're here. Gotcha. Perfect. Still seeing my screen, right?
Yeah, still not in a presenter mode, but we see it.
It should be now. Oh no, you see.
Yes, we see your notes. I mean, you have no notes, but there's a double screen weird thingy.
Let me see. I know you see. Sorry, maybe I will have to then unplug my screen. Yes. Okay, can you see me now?
Now that's good.
Perfect. All right. So I will, as Pierre kindly introduced me, I'm an assistant professor here at the University of Bologna. I teach in the course of urban agriculture in the department of in the course of natural sciences, and also in the course of sustainable building assessment at the Faculty of Architecture. So try to mix both of these were, and this occasion of redesign that was merging with the European Bauhaus was actually kind of perfect to do so. But I want to start starting to talk about FoodE, which was actually our previously coordinated project that was coordinated by the head of our research unit, Francesco Orsini. And was more involving what we call city and region food systems, which are mostly networks of processes, producers, stakeholder that happens in a city or in a circle around a regional circle around the city. So the main goals of FoodE was really connected to promoting urban agriculture initiatives throughout Europe, supporting the design and implementation of new or existing practicing, evaluating their sustainable impacts, and making an analysis on new successful business models. To do so, we co-designed and implemented 13 pilot projects in 8 European countries. And we foster community-based design by involving final users as main stakeholders in a multidisciplinary approach. Towards this method, basically, we start from the co-design, test then the innovation into the pilot in real life projects, assess the pilot, and then try to transfer the knowledge through a final guidebook on the pilots and app that is still available to evaluate the city and region food systems and policy fact sheets and the new business models. As some of quick impacts, we had almost 1,300 participants in the co-design and co-creation processes. The project involved 24 partners organizations in the consortium. We developed, as I said, 13 case studies, and we had actually 60,000 visitors globally in the 13 pilots. I would like you then, since we're also talking about the new European Bauhaus, have a peek in the projects that are actually still running after the end of the project. So we can divide the 13 pilot projects into 5 main categories, those targeting circular infrastructures involving water and nutrient recirculation, those involving public space regeneration, social inclusion, local value chains, implementing local value chains, and those that are more connected to innovative production system in controlled environmental agriculture. I'm going to show one for each of these categories, starting from the aquaponic rooftop that we set up in Amsterdam in the bar that is called the Keuvel in Amsterdam North. We have developing the vertical farm and education garden in Romanville that maybe some of you have already seen because it's got published a lot also in architectural magazines. We contributed to the development of the social housing and urban garden in Bologna, which is called Salo Space. It was actually the construction of Salo Space was actually financed by another European project that was called back then European Urban Innovation or Urban Innovation Action. Sorry, and we complemented it with the new garden and this container farming. We move on to the local value chains, also with the developing a project in Tenerife for sustainable fishery concerning tuna fishing. And finally, we were also able, as I was saying, developing these two vertical farms, one here in Bologna, the other one in Balaiswijk at the Wageningen University and Research. And the Almavu farm is actually being the first vertical farm for research purposes that has been realized in Europe. It was inaugurated in 2021. So through the implementation of the pilot projects and thanks to the analysis that we made, we also work a lot on understanding challenges in policy making for upscaling urban agriculture projects. I want to say that actually we ranked also these challenges and we identified in planning laws like the main challenge in the development that often threat commercial food production, considering it more as a rural activity rather than urban. To this, we came up with some recommendations that can be found online also in this the Policy Environment for Sustainable City Region Food Systems fact sheet that was also one of together with the projects and the business models, an important legacy of FoodE that is actually giving us the chance to try and face those challenges and apply those recommendations into the redesign project. As a matter of fact, the redesign project is sort of a continuation of FoodE. It's a bit different because it really involves the principles of the new European Bauhaus. And the goal is to create just and resilient urban food communities that are sustainable, inclusive, and adaptable to change and to future challenges. So we go more from the pilot implementation to this macro concept of living labs and multi-stakeholder approach. The redesign project wants to connect urban food production and distribution with the built environment to scientific knowledge and real-world practice to the implementation of the living labs. Finally, connecting these designing principles and aesthetic in line with the European Bauhaus and the European Bauhaus Compass. To do so, we have developed a learning loop methodology, which is a sort of iterative learning cycles, where we basically have selected a network of 10 inspirational case studies and other municipalities, institutions, and practitioners or organizations that actually want to participate. The case studies are scattered across the world. We have in Europe, Africa, US, and New Zealand. So we codify and learn from the inspirational case studies. We have been almost finalized the process of learning through this interview process that will be then go into a compendium document of the 10 inspirational case studies. We actually try to meet constantly with the members of this network once every 3 months online and at least once a year in person. This is important because together with the network, we have the Living Lab in these co-creating activities. And we have actually 3 living labs, and they are intended as experimental spaces where local communities, policymakers, artists, and businesses can come together to test and implement the new business model, the new food system models. So we have three living labs, one in London, one in Salt, one in Dortmund, and they target actually three different domains of the urban food system. London targets food waste management, Salt, social inclusion and community building, and Dortmund, policymaking and community engagement. So basically, we are now in almost month 18. So the living labs are up and running. But there's been a process that started from understanding what were the problems with the creation of problem maps in each of the living labs, creating an atlas of local cultural values to understand what solutions could have been implemented. Then we moved on to creating a social network analysis to understand the connection between the stakeholders, which we mapped with the stakeholder net mapping tool. And through understanding also the influence of the different stakeholders, we started the co-creation process that happened mostly last year. And now we are in the phase of day-to-day living labs activities. And through constant monitoring, we hope to codify the solutions that we can connect to the problem maps to overcome the challenges that we identified. I will briefly go on to the living labs. So the first one is in London East. It's called Teviot Real Estate. It is now going in redevelopment that will deliver 1,750 high quality homes. So basically what we're going to do is to target waste recycling, implementing the organic collection. We now finalized the construction of an anaerobic biodigesters, and we set up 160 square meter of rooftop hydroponic greenhouses. So basically what we want to do is to recover and process waste, produce food locally into the 160 square meter rooftop greenhouses, and we have two mushroom containers, and finally building green skills with training and courses for the local community. The second project is it's broader. So we moved to the peri-urban fringe we're in Catalonia, next to Girona, in Salt, which is an incredibly, we call it a super diverse municipality because it has 34,000 inhabitants, but with more than 80 nationalities and 120 spoken languages. So there's a lot of social segregation, and what we want to do is to consolidate the governance, rent the plots that are abandoned, because there's a huge problem of succession since it's not profitable to live from agricultural production there. But it's the area where agriculture happens is actually really important because it is sort of a margin towards this urban sprawl. So actually block the expansion of the city where there is now actually beautiful ecosystem. There's a riverine forest, which is unique landscape in the area. Here we want to reactivate this building that you see here in the pictures, which is now abandoned, and to build a new agroecological capacity with the objective to reconnect people, land, and governance through a socially inclusive agroecological food system. And the last living lab is in Dortmund with the Food Policy Council, where we are creating a global field of 2,500 square meters. A global field is how much land would we own, or would each person own on Earth if we were to redistribute the whole arable land by the current population? And it's just 2,500 square meters. So we're trying to test the innovation in the global field, bringing stakeholders, policymakers, schools, and visitors to understand what can be different directions of the food production, urban food production systems. So we just build the fields, activate the education programs, we're convening with the governance and constantly monitoring changes, so that again, after this whole work on the problem maps, we can go into more shared governance and shared policies for mostly plant-based diets, and how we can advocate for them through the global field. All of this is possible thanks to our partners. We are actually a consortium of 13 institutions that include also New Zealand that is collaborating a lot, especially with the REDESIGN network. Thank you very much.
Super nice presentation, Mike. Thanks. We traveled all around the world because
I'm sorry. I tried to go as fast as I could because putting together two projects it's quite challenging, especially the different stage. One was that it's finished, the other one which is at this almost at the half period because we are entering in month 18, but they are really interconnected as well.
Oh, that's super interesting. Is there, maybe I can, there's a bit of time. Is there any question from the crowd on the project? Anybody wants to say something? Maybe I can ask a little question before jumping to the next presentation. I'm curious about between the two projects, between FoodE and REDESIGN, what did you change your perspective in how to design new type of urban agricultural systems? Is there more things we're taking into account, or even some things that you're not taking into account anymore? Or?
Actually there is. So basically, when we were working on FoodE, we worked on this case studies and pilot projects. So some of these were just a small intervention, like in Salus. Some other were more structured and built from scratch. And we tried to put them all together with the city region food systems and analyzing different business models. But what we realized, which is also an hindrance in policies right now, is it's that often urban agriculture initiatives work in silos. So in REDESIGN, we try to overcome that, and the idea of having this a bigger approach with a bigger involvement of the stakeholders of each of the municipalities and mixing together NGOs, researchers, and municipalities for forming sort of ecosystems. I think is proving more valuable to monitoring the change and include people not only in visiting but co-creating the living labs. So it is true that also the European Commission has moved from pilot projects to the term living labs, which entails a different approach. But and it's also different that keeping together 17 projects is more difficult than putting together 3 of them. But what we can see is like the living labs are more involved into the preparation and development of the project itself compared to the pilot projects before. So I think the experience of FoodE taught us also on how to try to keep these projects where we implement the innovation together to monitor change and to also ensure while we develop the projects that these projects have, as you were saying before, a duration after the fundings, because they were already existing, they were already managed by NGOs, or in case of London, an SME. And we are strengthening the relationship with the academia so that we hope, and with the local governments, so that we ensure durability of the projects after the project's end.
Okay, that's very interesting. This shift to from the pilot cases to the living lab, and how that it makes the thing maybe more robust or more survivable. I don't know if you have any if you have been able to monitor how the case studies from FoodE, if they're still are they still active, most of them? Is there some that are not active anymore, or is it do you know? And
I know that the cases that I presented are actually still active and
Nice.
and thriving. but I don't have the old, as of now, I don't have the old picture on all of the 13 case studies.
Okay.
You're in Amsterdam, right? Maybe you've seen the curve.
But yeah, I've seen the one from the FoodE project on. You said Amsterdam Nord. Yeah, I don't remember, but yeah, there's an interesting location with a lot of different landscape architect, and there was a company in Amsterdam that was part of the FoodE project that did this.
Yeah, the Metabolic Institute, yes.
Yeah, exactly, Metabolic. Yeah, and they had this pilot there. That was quite interesting in this area. I mean, that's super nice area to visit actually for people. So that's also a way of improving the urban environment with a lot of different experiments from artists. That's quite nice. Thanks for your presentation, Michele. We'll change a little bit the focus and go from urban agriculture, I think, to a little bit more rural, but still locally grounded, let's say, with a presentation from Penny Zafiraki from the Agricultural University of Athens for the PoliRuralPlus project, I think. Hi, Penny.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hello. Thank you for the invitation. And it was really nice attending this session and all these inspiring and interesting projects. So yes, my name is Penny Zafiraki from the Agricultural University of Athens, from the Smart Farming Technology Group, from the Laboratory of Natural Resources. So I could start with the PoliRuralPlus. I could share my screen. I think, wait a minute. Can you see?
Yes.
Yes.
In presentation mode?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So yes, the PoliRuralPlus. First of all, I want to mention that PoliRuralPlus didn't start from zero. It also builds on the earlier Horizon project PoliRural, which ran from 2019 until 2022, and focused on future-oriented collaborative policy development, and developed also Foresight methods, digital tools, regional action plans. And this project, the PoliRuralPlus, take this further by focusing on more strongly on rural-urban linkages and geospatial tools and implementation through 9 pilot regions. So actually, it's a 3-year Horizon project, which is going to be completed December of 2026. The core idea is about rural and urban areas that should not be as separate words, let's say. This project works with 20 partners and 9 pilot regions across Europe. And as we say, it tries to strengthen rural and urban linkages through some main pillars like the foresight, the stakeholder engagement, some digital tools that we're going to see in the next slides, and regional action plans. During the project, we have seen that there are some common challenges, let's say, across European territories, such as the weak rural-urban integration in planning and policy, meaning that there are rural and urban areas depending on each other, but policies are often designed separately. Also, there is fragmented governance. There are responsibilities that are divided between different levels of governance, and this can make the coordination difficult. There is the challenge regarding the unequal access to services, opportunities, and innovation. In essence, in many rural areas, there are difficulties with transportation, digital connectivity, healthcare, business support. We see that there are also some serious demographic pressures, including aging populations and youth immigration. Another key challenge is that there is limited stakeholder coordination. we see that there are local communities, municipalities, researchers, public authorities that are not always brought together in the same process, let's say, about planning. And finally, the territorial planning often needs better use of data and maps, meaning that many regions have data, but it's not always easy to access them or to use them in decision making. And actually, in this point comes in this project to connect all these aspects. We see also that the main objective of the project can be summarized like the future-oriented and evidence-based rural-urban development. First of all, the project develops a Foresight-based framework for interregional cooperation. This foresight actually helps the regions think beyond the immediate problems and explore the future opportunities and risks. Furthermore, it supports the design of integrated strategies and regional action plans. These plans actually help the regions to identify the priorities, to define the actions, and to involve the stakeholders, and of course to monitor all this progress. The third is about the improvement of access to services and social connectivity and innovation between rural and urban areas. The project also supports some key European policy priorities, such as the European Green Deal, the CAP, the Common Agricultural Policy, the EU long-term vision for rural areas, and of course the new European Bauhaus. And it also strengthens the use of data, AI, geospatial tools in territorial planning. And finally, it promotes the cross-sector collaboration and participation in all regions. So here we can see the main core of the project. There are the 9 pilots. Actually, it's the 9 pilot regions in 9 countries. So each pilot, we can say that works on specific rural and urban challenge. We see that there is the pilot in Ireland that explores the stronger linkages between urban and rural areas. In Greece, and specifically in the region of central Greece, we are working together with Neuropublic and GAEB here in our pilot that supports the training for sustainable agri-tech technologies. There are other pilots like Finland that works on building a rural event industry ecosystem, and the others that actually each pilot has a different territorial context, but all of them follow the same logic of stakeholder engagement and foresight, action planning, and digital support. Moreover, the project aligns with the new European Bauhaus with the 3 principles, as the project supports the regional actions that are linked to the green transition, circular economy, biodiversity, climate resilience. It also values the quality of place, landscape, heritage, local identity. And it's together because the project is based on co-designed solutions involving local communities, public authorities, researchers, businesses. And in this way, the project actually helps to translate all these European values into more practical, let's say, regional action. Here is the integrated toolbox, the service ecosystem as we call it. Actually, this has been developed to support the pilots, and for this reason the project provides actually this ecosystem, which is an integrated toolbox for analysis, stakeholder engagement, regional action planning. There is the advisor that supports the interactive analysis of the PoliRuralPlus knowledge base. And in this way, it helps pilots develop their regional action plans. There is the MAA tool that supports the multi-actor approach by helping with stakeholder engagement, data integration, and co-creation. All of these tools are available in the PoliRuralPlus website. There is also the JACTO tool, which is going to be presented right now. So actually, the Jacto is a tool that actually is a geo AI assistant, let's say. It helps the users to interact with geospatial data, maps, and they can type their questions in natural, let's say, language. So actually, what is Jacto? It's the conversational AI assistant. It's a chatbot, GeoAI chatbot that helps the users talk, let's say, to maps. Its aim is to support the rural development actors and agricultural practitioners in having some conversations about the places. So a user actually can type a question. We can see an example later on. And by analyzing the data, we can receive the relevant response. So an important point is that this tool doesn't try to replace the existing data infrastructure or platforms, but it builds on what already exists, like datasets, catalogs, geospatial services, and maps. Here we can see that actually the tool combines three main elements. The first one is about the natural language conversation. As we say, the user interacts with the system through normal physical, let's say, questions rather than technical commands. Also the spatial data inputs. This can include maps, regions, or selected locations. The third is about the mixed outputs. Actually, this tool can support text explanations, diagrams, tables, map visualization, and its goal is not to just answer the questions, but to support the conversations and better decisions. So we should stick to the type, and here there is an example. If we click, 1 minute. No, I don't know why. Can we have it live? Can I have 1 minute to share my screen?
Try
again
to
with a live example, let's say. Yes, there is also the link. 1 minute. So here we are. Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So actually, this is the tool. We have login by our account. We search the area that we want to. We go to the map. We click on the region on the area that we want exactly to find the data. Then we type a question. Here is an example about the characterization of the area in terms of land use, industry, and climate. Then the tool retrieves the data, and we can have the answer about the land cover, the land use, the industry implications, the climate. I will move on by another example. Here is about the growth potential. So we can type a relevant question about, now the example is, could I grow maize in this area? And how many crops per year? So we can have this kind of data. Here is the answer about the climate data, the practical takeaway, about how many years, a practical response. And another one example is about the market conditions in the area. Does the market conditions in this area support business models based on short supply chains in agricultural production? So we can have the answer about the market demand, the farm size, distribution, and what this means for planning. will stop sharing my screen. Not to run out of time. So this is all from my side. I will be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Penny. That was very interesting. This GeoAI AI boat. I have a lot of questions. Maybe we can. I don't know if we should address the question. I don't know if there's questions from the. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. So actually,
Okay, later on.
the clock
Okay.
is ticking. So maybe we move to the next presentation, and then we have questions afterwards. So yeah, but
Okay.
thank you very much. That was very interesting. I have a lot of questions about this. So that's and the use for the urban agriculture and so on. So, but maybe then next, Tina Katika. So yeah, to present RURBANIVE. I never know if I pronounce the name of the project correctly. But you're basically a project manager at ICCS in Greece as well. And
yes, and Penny, my apologies for interrupting the questions. It's just that I have to leave, and I'm afraid that I will be late to pick up my son.
No, yeah, and I understand. I think everybody understands, so no worries at all.
Perfect. So thank you for the introduction. Thank you for inviting me here. I didn't know half of the projects, and I'm very glad that I get to follow them and see all the interesting things that they're doing. Yes, I'm Tina Katika. I'm not actually the project manager of the project. I'm leading the immersive and spatial team that is about this project. But I was responsible. Can you hear me correctly?
Yeah, perfectly.
Okay, I'm sorry. I saw Pierre leading towards his screen. But I must admit that I was the one that named it, and it's from Rural, Urban, and Revive. So it's actually called RURBANIVE. But I know that even most of the partners don't pronounce it properly. So let me start by sharing my screen. Let's see. Please let me know what you see.
Well, we see the presentation, I think, full screen. There's a snipping thing on the top left.
Yes, no, that's completely wrong. How about now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, that's perfect. So I will shift the presentation slightly because I wanted to meet more the theme of the day. Our project is not about only connecting the rural and the urban areas through policy services and the innovation, but how we aim to differentiate RURBANIVE is because we try to make these connections visible, testable, and co-created through our own technology that here I will call it immersiveness, but it's mainly extended reality applications, digital twins, and 3D content that we utilize to visualize the synergies that we aim to bring between the rural and the urban. So let me proceed with some information about the project. So the project brings together 17 partners from 8 countries. It spans across 48 months, and we are in the almost ending the second year of its duration. And we have promised to bring more than 700 stakeholders and end users and engage them to our technologies. So we want for the stakeholders to be able to see territories, to see the flows, the assets, and be able to simulate what-if scenarios, and at the same time to co-create better services and policies. So for us, why extended reality matters for urban and rural-urban synergies? I would say that the theme of this event is very relevant for us because urban agriculture is not only an urban issue. It depends on land, on food chains, on logistics, biodiversity, people's skills, the culture, the local communities, and of course the peri-urban and the rural resources. So many of these connections might be difficult to understand because they are not visible. So citizens may consume the food without seeing where it comes from, or policymakers may discuss sustainability without seeing the trade-offs. And more importantly, rural communities may have knowledge and resources that may not be visible to the rural actors. So here where extended reality becomes powerful, we use immersive technologies to allow stakeholders and end users to be able to enter a visual shared space where they can compare scenarios and they can understand impacts more directly. So let me move on here. So here, let's see a little bit how the RURBANIVE connects the field data, the field reality, and the extended reality. So we have 7 rural-urban co-creation labs. They're spread across Europe. I'm planning to mention each one of them separately later. So this is where the real needs, the local knowledge, and the stakeholder perspectives are collected and tested. And then we have the rural-urban enablers. These are mainly technologies or innovations that are developed within the projects. And these enablers address domains such as mobility, short value chains, circular bioeconomy, biodiversity restoration, heritage, digital skills. We have the third layer, that is the one that I'm mainly emphasizing today, that is the immersive experience layer. And this is where technologies such as augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, digital twins, geospatial storytelling, video-based demonstrations, they actually help us translate the data that we have collected in the previous layers into local knowledge, experiences that people can understand, they can experience, and they can also discuss. Finally, we have the community store and the community of practice suite that they support all the sharing, they provide a repository, a database, all the policy dialogues and the replication across the regions. And we follow a common pathway from local reality to data and enablers and to immersive experience that will help us take it to uptake and finally, of course, replication. So when we say immersive, we mean that we use technologies that are related to extended reality to make the synergies more understandable and more participatory. So we have 4 main functions. The first one is visualization. The end users can see places, they can see routes, services, landscapes, resource flows in a more spatial context. The second part is that they can also experience this what-if simulations. So if you're an end user of our application, you can compare alternative scenarios, for example, before you invest in something new or before you make a policy decision. The third part is that we have a shared participation. It might happen in a physical space, it might happen in a virtual place. As often as possible, we try to collect and gather our stakeholders in common places, even though they still experience things in extended reality. So we gather together rural citizens, urban users, SMEs, planners, policymakers, everyone that can discuss on the visual evidence that they see through XR. And finally, we have the immersive campaigns. It's mainly content, interactive content in extended reality that help us promote and replicate the enablers through experiments and not only through written descriptions or narratives and other workshops. So our aim is to break down the complexity of these rural-urban systems in 7 different domains. And using immersion, it helps us oversimplify these things. We commonly perform assessments because we aim to assess how people actually perceive these new technologies to them and whether these people are actually able to understand and comprehend complex matters, especially from the rural context, that they help us navigate these synergies that the project is all about. Let's see. So here I have, I'm not sure how to work. I have a small video. I hope you can see at least the subtitles. Just to have a look, maybe let me move it forward a bit. I just want you to have, it's a video of the project itself, but I mainly want you to have a look at the information that is visible through the extended reality lens and how people gather together. Let me move it a little bit forward. In case some of you have never seen, for example, extended reality technologies and the kind of content that I'm referring about. So for example, this is an example of some campaigns that we demonstrate to end users to help them understand how to use pro material in the Czech pilot that we have, and how we perform the assessments through our tools. So moving ahead, let's see each one of our cases one after the other. The first one is the mobility, that is one of the clearest examples of why immersive simulation matters, because in rural and peri-urban areas, access to services often depends on transport and access to health, education, job, culture, and public services. So here we have two unique case studies, one in Greece in the city of Trikala, one in Germany in the city of Lemgo, where we work with transport simulation and visual dashboards and performance indicators. There is a small video here. Okay, good. So here we use stakeholders and we help them to walk through different mobility scenarios. And there they take alternative routes, waiting times, service coverage, emissions, costs, and they're able to make informative choices based on these what-if scenarios that they perform on the screen. So they will make a more evidence-based mobility planning for their lives. Moving along, let me see if that plays too. We have the next use case that it's mainly actually the most related one to the new European Bauhaus, because it actually connects technology with beauty, culture, and the sense of place. In Spain, here we included the idea of the affective value, where we assess why some rural cultural landscapes attract people, under what conditions, and what makes them meaningful. So here we try to assess whether XR can transform an analytical result into an immersive heritage journey. So we use extended reality, augmented reality, and virtual reality to layer stories, visitor flows, landscape qualities, historical narratives, and other local voices to translate them into a more visual element. The next one is about here. Very good. The next one is about the restoration biodiversity and learning trails. This is a use case in Greece, where it allows us to show how immersive technologies can support ecological restoration and public learning. The starting point was a disturbed quarry area, and the restoration process used Mediterranean plant species, hydroseeding methods, and botanical paths to become sort of an educational and recreational path for local people and tourists. So it connects directly to urban agriculture, I would say, and urban soils. As we can use the same immersive approach to cities to explain soil health and how to be able to have and restore and get some more productive landscapes and community gardens and maybe some NBS transitions. The next one, let me see if that also. Very good. Here we have the connection of RURBANIVE to the urban agriculture theme in two different cities. One in Prague, where the project works in a digital platform connecting farmers, consumers, educators, policymakers, together in training workshops around food processing. And then we have another one in Vienna, Lower Austria, where the project works with biomass datasets, Sankey diagrams, and multi-criteria resource analysis. Here we have strong data assets. So the XR is actually an opportunity to be able to make everything more experiential. So people can actually understand more about all the data that we collect. And for example, stakeholders can imagine how they can walk through a value chain or a biomass flow map, something that people could not possibly be able to comprehend. So here we have the last example that it's in Kedenia municipality in Lithuania. And here we are actually focusing on a startup village ecosystem model and on capacity building and digital literacy. In this use case, XR supports by creating safe learning environments. So stakeholders can practice using new services, they can test new business ideas, they can rehearse some sort of a participation process and experience a future service before it is implemented into their own reality. So one challenge in the European project still remains is that good pilot results often remain local. So at this point, that what we're trying to do and the way we're trying to avoid it is by creating a pathway from pilot testing to replication. So for this stage, we have developed this community store that acts as an access point for all the rural-urban immersiveness. And at the same time, it also acts as a repository for all the campaigns that I have seen here, for all the campaigns and the XR content that the project aims to implement throughout its 14-month duration. At the same time, we're also developing the community of practice suite that helps to promote the interaction, the debate, the collaboration, and the policy dialogue. So this immersive layer will strengthen all these two components, will help people understand and get better access to what knowledge, innovation, and technology means in this rural-urban context. So finally, just some takeaway note, because we're also in this NEB approach. I would say that RURBANIVE contributes in a four-way manner. The first part is that it's being human-centered, because citizens not only receive the information, but they participate in a shared experience. I would say that we try to promote this evidence-rich approach. We use dashboards, maps, simulations, local knowledge to be able to make more informative decisions. The fourth element is that we aim to support this rural-urban continuity, because not only in urban agriculture, but also as we demonstrated in other domains, the urban is still connected to rural resources, services, heritage, mobility, and circular flows. And finally, in RURBANIVE, we support this replication by experience, because other regions can understand and adapt the enablers that we built, but also other enablers that we aim to bring forward, for example, through open calls. And they can see them, they can test them before they decide to invest them. So thanks a lot. I would say this is from me. These are all the partners that they participate, and I must say that it's a very unique partnership, because we work in this project quite closely and faithfully towards the unknown.
Thank you very much. Thanks. That was very interesting and very new for me. And those two presentations, RURBANIVE and PoliRuralPlus, because I think you have really put the technology on the advance in technology really high on this virtual reality, and then the Geo AI chatbot. Maybe there's some questions from the remaining people. I see that the number of attendees has decreased quite significantly, because it's a little bit late, especially for you now. I realize also that you're on another time zone, so maybe we don't keep you for too long. Just maybe one or two small questions. I'm curious about this VR, and I don't know much about it, to be very transparent. And I have my question is about whether because about the technology, the virtual reality, are you testing whether it's going to lead to some behavioral changes or some more adoptions of those innovations, or is it something which is largely accepted by the scientific community based on previous work published on virtual reality?
I would say that one of the biggest interests in our group is to assess both things.
Okay.
So we have an experience into testing how AR, XR in general, can be adopted into supporting people to assess complex matters. So we have made a lot of previous publications the past few years, but mainly in the field of, I would say, circular economy. So in this project, we aim to assess two things. First of all, how people are accepting the technology and how the technology shapes their understanding into these complex matters. Whether the technology makes a difference, so we're trying to assess whether it makes the level of immersion, for example, it makes a difference. So if people see something through their mobile phone, through a screen, or they're fully immersed through virtual reality, so they are not able to see anything. And the third thing is that we're actually trying to assess their understanding towards the new technologies. So whether people that are exposed for the first time in mass flow analysis, they're able to comprehend something compared to those that they never experienced it through immersion.
Okay, that's interesting. Especially because you can really test some urban agriculture innovation, because this urban soil regulation, regeneration. I think that was really interesting for combined use with urban agriculture. Maybe a small question for Penny on the GeoAI, but also related to those new technology. There's AI, and then there's virtual reality, and this is relying, I guess, on a lot of data, because when you want to represent an environmental which is virtual, you probably need a lot of data to best represent it. And when it comes to the GeoAI boat, I can imagine there's also a lot of data. So is it also something challenging in order to represent to be sure about the validity of either the digital environment or of the information that pops up from the GeoAI bot? I was just curious about this. I think maybe people are muted again. Or I don't know who wants to start, or whether the question made sense.
I thought that it was meant for Penny, because you said about a lot of data. We still also want a lot of data, because we want to extract these valid outcomes, as I said before. So we are really pushing the local communities to be able to bring a lot of stakeholders. And we also push ourselves to prepare a lot of campaigns that make sense. But at the same time, we push the innovators to be able to make new simulations and make their innovations come forward. That's why I said that it's a very unique partnership, because everyone is pushing themselves to produce all this kind of data. We are actually planning to submit to publish one of our latest studies based on RURBANIVE findings, so stay tuned.
Okay, nice. Thanks. Yeah, and then on this data thing, I don't know if Penny, you wanted to say something, and then after there's also a question on in the chat. Maybe on the virtual reality, the immersion, there's a question about whether you notice some difference between the different areas, countries, and cities in how people respond to those immersive campaign, and how that influenced their perspective on the planned outcomes. On my side, I cannot put a VR helmet on myself because I feel seasick after 5 seconds, but it's not a very relevant comment on this, I guess. But
no, please don't say so, because technology has evolved. I was also like that when I started working with the technology. I could hardly test my own things, but now things have evolved. But I'm sorry, I missed the first part of the question. I only heard the second one about being able to put on the headsets.
Yeah, no, sorry, that was about if you notice difference between different areas or countries
Okay.
and how people respond to the immersive campaigns.
Yes, we have. We have some notable differences, and in ages, and also when it comes to the technologies themselves. So we do have this kind of data collected at the moment. They will also present some part of our interesting findings that we are aiming to submit.
Okay. Okay, interesting. Is there also other questions from our presenter? I'm thinking also about Andras that presented earlier on co-farm for pilots, or on for Michele on the FoodE redesign project. I don't want to take all the space, but maybe people are also happy if we close the day now, because I see that, yeah, the clock we're not far away from 5 p.m. So if there's no other final remark from the participants, I would propose that we end here. I'm looking at the chat, and I'm looking also at the activities on the screen, but I think that's pretty much the end. So basically, to conclude, all the different presenters, Andras, Michele, Tina, and Penny, about your presentations. I think the level of attendance was a little bit low, especially at the end, but we had more people registering, and I think there will be also people that want to look at the recording a little bit later. I know that that's also something I do. Sometimes I register to some seminars, and I don't really come digitally. I just get the link afterwards and look at the different videos and recordings. So we'll sure to communicate with all the people that register and communicate also with you these recordings, so we can also further disseminate what we heard today and what we discussed all together. So I hope that was something useful for you, and I'm very grateful. Actually, I learned a lot, and I hope that we can all keep in touch, because I think there's really some synergies, and we all know that the EU is also trying actively to build those synergies. It's difficult because we have little time, but maybe here we see some opportunities, and we can link up some partners. I think typically, Andras, with what you're doing, I can really see some bridges with what we've been doing in one of our work package in our project. So I'll try to put you in relationship very soon. So yes, thank you very much all, and I will keep you posted also via email about the recordings and so on, so that you have this in your hands. And again, a big thank you, and I will wish you all a very nice end of this afternoon, and hopefully we all keep in touch. So thank you very much, and bye-bye then, everyone.
Food City Boost, unlocking Europe's urban farming potential.